Close your eyes and let the noise of the modern world fade into a distant hum, replaced by the crisp, biting wind of a French November in the year 1095. The air smells of damp earth, wood smoke from 100 campfires, and the heavy scent of wet wool worn by a multitude gathered in a muddy field. You can feel the cold seeping through the soles of your shoes, grounding you in a moment that sits on the razor's edge of history. The light is grey and flat, the sun hidden behind a ceiling of winter clouds, but there is a heat here, a rising fever of anticipation radiating from the knights, clerics and peasants pressing shoulder to shoulder. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. The story begins in a troubled, crowded world at the end of the 11th century. In Western Europe, life was hard, local lords fought, and small people prayed that God would notice them. In the East, the great Byzantine Empire was slowly shrinking under pressure from new powers. Farther south and east, powerful Muslim dynasties ruled over cities that glowed like jewels: Damascus, Cairo, and above all, Jerusalem, the city that three religions called holy. For centuries, Christians, Muslims, and Jews had lived in and around the Holy Land under shifting rulers, sometimes in tension, sometimes in a wary, practical peace. But around the year 1095, a chain of fears, ambitions, and dreams crossed each other, and would turn that already complicated world into a battlefield wrapped in the language of God. The Byzantine Emperor Alexios the Komnenos felt his empire slipping. The Seljuk Turks, new and energetic rulers in the Islamic world, had defeated his armies and taken much of Anatolia, the empire's heartland. Facing a crisis he could not solve alone, Alexios did something unusual. He wrote westward, asking the Pope for help. In Rome, Pope Urban II read this request in a very different context. The Western Church was trying to tighten discipline, increase its authority, and heal internal conflicts. Urban saw in Alexios's plea not only a chance to save fellow Christians in the East, but also an opportunity to unite Western knights, men who were used to spilling each other's blood, and point their swords in one grand holy direction. In November 1095, at the Council of Clermont in France, Urban II preached a sermon that would echo for centuries. He described Christians in the East suffering under infidel rule, the holy places defiled, and called on his listeners to take up arms to defend Christendom and free the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. He promised something that many had never heard before, a plenary indulgence, forgiveness of sins for those who took the cross and made the dangerous journey. The crowd was stirred. Knights imagined glory and salvation. Poor peasants imagined a road that led not just to heaven, but perhaps to land and a new life. Men sewed crosses onto their cloaks. Women and children prepared to follow. A holy war had been announced, but those who answered did so for reasons as mixed as the people themselves. The first crusade that followed was messy, chaotic, and brutal. Waves of untrained peasants, led by wandering preachers like Peter the Hermit, stumbled across Europe, often turning their fury on local Jewish communities before even reaching the East. Many died long before they saw any infidel. Behind them came the more organized armies of European nobles, Raymond of Toulouse, Bohemond of Taranto, Godfrey of Bouillon and others, marching slowly through Byzantine lands and into territories held by Muslim rulers who themselves were divided by internal rivalries. The Crusaders suffered from hunger, disease, and heat. They also committed atrocities, especially when they finally reached cities like Antioch and at last Jerusalem in 1099. When the Crusaders stormed Jerusalem, the violence shocked even some contemporaries. Muslim and Jewish inhabitants were slaughtered in streets that, according to chronicles, ran red with blood. For the Crusaders, This horror was told as divine victory. For the survivors, and for Muslim chroniclers, it was remembered as a bitter wound. From the ashes of the old city, new Latin Christian states sprang up: the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the County of Tripoli, the Principality of Antioch, and others. They were small, vulnerable islands of Western rule, surrounded by larger and often stronger Muslim powers. The Crusaders called these lands Outre-mer, the lands beyond the sea. For a brief time, it seemed to them that God had indeed blessed their arms. But holy war rarely ends with one victory. Over the next 200 years, the Crusades became a long, uneven rhythm of advance and retreat, hope and disappointment. In the West, the idea of crusade grew into a permanent mindset. Popes called for new campaigns whenever crises emerged: the Second Crusade after the fall of Edessa, the Third after the shocking loss of Jerusalem in 1187, and others after that. Not all crusades even went to the Holy Land. Some were redirected against Muslims in Spain, pagans in the Baltic, and even fellow Christians, as during the tragic Fourth Crusade that sacked Christian Constantinople in 1204 instead of liberating Jerusalem. The word crusade came to cover many wars that all claimed the language of holiness, even when the reality was greed, politics, or simple confusion. In the Islamic world, the Crusader states were first treated as just another set of foreign warlords, one more group to be bargained with, fought, or used. But as decades passed, a clearer sense of a common struggle emerged. Leaders like Nur ad-Din in Syria, and later the famous Saladin, worked to unite fractured Muslim lands and present themselves as champions of jihad, the struggle in God's path against the invaders. Saladin's victory at Hattin in 1107, where he destroyed the main Crusader army and soon retook Jerusalem, became one of the defining turning points. Europe reeled. Kings like Richard the Lionheart answered the call, crossing the sea to fight a glamorous but ultimately incomplete Third Crusade that ended with a compromise. Christians could visit the holy places, but the city itself stayed under Muslim rule. As the centuries turned, the idealized image of crusade, pure knights riding for God, grew more distant from the messy reality. Money became essential. Crusaders needed to pay for ships, supplies, and ransoms. Italian city-states like Venice profited by transporting armies and trading in the east. Noble families used crusade vows as part of their domestic politics. Some set out with genuine devotion, others with complicated motives. In the Levant, the Latin settlers adopted local customs, languages, and alliances. They were no longer simply Westerners abroad, but a mixed society, intermarrying, trading, and sometimes even fighting side by side with Muslim or Eastern Christian neighbours against other enemies. By the late 13th century, the momentum had shifted decisively. The great Mongol invasions reshaped the map of Asia and the Middle East, while new Muslim powers, including the Mamluks of Egypt, built professional armies and strong states. One by one, the remaining Crusader strongholds along the coast, cities like Acre, fell to these forces. In 1291, when Acre was finally taken after a fierce siege, it marked the end of the major Crusader presence in the Holy Land. There were still later plans, dreams, and even a few small expeditions, but the era of large Latin Christian states in the east was over. 200 years of holy war had burned themselves out, yet the story of the Crusades did not end with the fall of Acre. It lingered in memories, chronicles, legends, and later in political speeches and propaganda. In Europe, romantic stories of noble crusaders lived alongside darker recollections of disaster and sin. In the Middle East, memories of invasion and massacre mixed with tales of heroic resistance. In both cultures, the Crusades could be remembered selectively, as glorious, tragic, or shameful, depending on who was telling the story and why. Over time, these medieval wars would be used again and again as symbols of faith and courage, of cruelty and fanaticism, of the danger that emerges when religion and power wrap themselves tightly around each other. If you step back and look at those 2 centuries as a single long night, the pattern is strangely human. It begins with fear and hope, with leaders looking for solutions and ordinary people looking for meaning. It passes through episodes of unbelievable brutality, but also through moments of cooperation, trade, and even friendship across religious lines. It ends not with one side completely triumphant, but with both changed, borders, dynasties, and cities reshaped, ideas about holy war, forgiveness, and rightful rule transformed. The Crusades were not a simple story of good against evil. They were a tangled, painful chapter in the longer tale of how human beings, convinced that God is on their side, can walk very far down the road of violence before they begin to ask whether they have, perhaps, lost sight of the light they thought they were following. This, then, is the entire arc, from Urban II's call at Clermont, to the blood-stained streets of Jerusalem, to the rise of Saladin and the uneasy peace with Richard, to the strange detour of the Fourth Crusade, and finally to the fall of the last coastal fortresses. 200 years of holy war, woven from faith and fear, greed and glory, a story that began as a promise to rescue the holy, and ended as a warning of what happens when holy and war live too comfortably in the same sentence. And so we return to the very beginning, to that muddy field in Clermont where the first spark is struck. Pope Urban II stands on a raised wooden platform, his robes fluttering in the cold breeze, looking out over a sea of expectant faces. He is a man of immense political intellect, but in this moment he becomes a conduit for something primal. Historians still argue whether Urban truly intended to unleash a violent conquest of the East, or if he simply wanted to heal the schism between churches by finding a common enemy. But as he raises his hand, the specific intent matters less than the fire he kindles. He speaks not just of duty, but of the soul. He paints a picture of suffering in the East, so vivid, so terrible, that grown knights begin to weep openly, their hands trembling on their sword belts. He offers them a way out of their own guilt, a chance to wash away a lifetime of sin with the blood of a righteous war. It is a masterstroke of rhetoric, blending spiritual salvation with the very human urge for conquest. The wind carries his words to the back of the crowd, and a single shout begins, low at first, then rising like a tide. Deus vult, God wills it. The cry spreads, a contagion of belief jumping from person to person until the very air vibrates with the sound. The First Crusade has not begun with a clash of steel, but with a word spoken into the chill of a French autumn, binding the fate of millions to a dream that will consume them all. The shout of Deus vult did not stop at the edge of the field in Clermont. It travelled like a spark through dry grass, jumping from village to village, carried by wandering monks and breathless messengers, until it reached the ears of those who had the least to lose and the most to hope for. While the great lords and dukes of Europe began the slow, expensive business of mortgaging their lands to buy armour and war horses, the common people simply stood up and started walking. They did not wait for maps, for supplies, or for permission. They were driven by a desperate, beautiful, and terrifying naivety, believing that faith alone was a shield that could turn back arrows, and that the walls of Jerusalem would crumble like Jericho's simply because they arrived to claim them. At the centre of this swelling tide rode a figure who looked less like a conqueror and more like a wind-blown scrap of old parchment, Peter the Hermit. He was a small, arguably unwashed man with a long, mournful face, riding a donkey that often looked as weary as he did, yet when he opened his mouth, he possessed a charisma that could empty entire towns. Historians still debate whether Peter had actually attempted a pilgrimage to Jerusalem years before and been turned back by Turkish violence, or if his passion was born entirely from visions and rumours. But to the crowds that gathered around him, the source of his fire mattered less than its warmth. He preached in the marketplaces and the muddy lanes of northern France and the Rhineland, telling stories of Eastern Christians yoked like oxen and holy shrines turned into stables. His voice cracked with emotion, and the people, hungry for a purpose that transcended their toil in the fields, wept and followed. They were not an army in any military sense. They were a migration, a moving city of the poor, consisting of women, children, the elderly, and a few minor knights who had found themselves caught up in the fervour. Among them was a leader with the unfortunate but historically accurate name of Walter the Penniless, a knight whose title suggested that his financial strategy was based entirely on faith rather than gold. As this ragtag mass began to move east, the reality of their undertaking began to grind against their dreams. They had no supply lines, no commissary wagons, and very little money. They believed God would provide, like manna in the desert. But as they marched through the Rhine Valley and into the lands of Hungary, provision often looked suspiciously like theft to the locals. The tragedy of the People's Crusade is that their first victims were not the distant armies of the Seljuks, but their own neighbours. In a dark prelude to the violence that would follow, some bands of these wandering crusaders, whipped into a frenzy by radical preachers who saw enemies everywhere, turned on the Jewish communities of the Rhineland. It is a sombre stain on the tapestry of the movement, a moment where the ideal of holy war curdled instantly into persecution despite the efforts of some local bishops to protect the innocent. This shadow would walk with them, a silent reminder that zealotry often burns the hand that holds it. As they pushed further into the Balkans, the army of Peter the Hermit began to fray. They were starving. Their shoes were worn through to the skin, and they were walking through lands that did not welcome them. The King of Hungary and the Byzantine garrisons viewed them not as holy saviours, but as a plague of locusts that ate everything in their path. Skirmishes broke out over grain and cattle. By the time they reached the walls of Constantinople, they were a ragged, exhausted and unruly mob, numbering perhaps 30,000 souls, staring up at the greatest city in the Christian world with mouths agape. To the sophisticated Byzantines who washed daily and read ancient Greek philosophy, these Westerners smelled of wet dogs and desperation. Emperor Alexios Komnenos, who had asked the Pope for a few hundred professional knights to help guard his borders, looked out from his palace windows at this sprawling shanty town of fierce, undisciplined peasants, and likely rubbed his temples in a migraine of imperial proportions. He treated them with a mix of caution and haste, ferrying them across the Bosporus into Asia Minor as quickly as possible, arguably to save his own city from being looted by its rescuers. Once across the water, the People's Crusade found themselves in enemy territory, and the tragic disparity between their dreams and reality became fatal. Peter the Hermit, perhaps sensing the doom to come, or simply overwhelmed by his inability to control the mob, returned to Constantinople to plead for support, leaving his flock under the command of lesser captains. The Crusaders, ignoring advice to wait for the main armies of the princes, began to raid into Turkish territory. They believed the Turks would flee before the cross. Instead, they found the Sultan Kilij Arslan, a leader who had little patience for uninvited guests. The end came at a place called Sivertot. The Turks, masters of the ambush and the feigned retreat, drew the Crusaders out into a valley where the terrain worked against them. It wasn't a battle so much as a harvesting. The Turkish archers, mounted on swift ponies, circled the lumbering, unarmoured mass of pilgrims, raining death from a distance before closing in with sabres. Thousands died in the dust of a land they had sworn to save. The few survivors, including those who surrendered and were enslaved, were scattered to the winds. A few managed to swim back to the Byzantine ships, bringing with them the horrific news that the vanguard of God had been annihilated. When the dust settled, a mountain of bones was left to bleach in the sun, a grim landmark that the later waves of knights would pass with shuddering silence. It was a brutal lesson in the difference between piety and preparation. The People's Crusade had failed, dissolving like mist against a rock, proving that faith, while powerful enough to move feet, was poor armour against the recurved bow. And yet the story was not over. It was merely the opening act, a tragic sacrifice that cleared the stage for the ironclad princes, who were even now winding their way down the roads of Europe, grim-faced and ready, bringing with them not just prayers, but the heavy, ringing steel of war. If the People's Crusade was a sudden, chaotic flood, the arrival of the great princes of Europe was the slow, inexorable movement of a glacier, cold, heavy, and capable of crushing anything that stood in its path. As the dust settled over the tragic bone fields of Civito, a different sound began to rise from the roads of the West, not the wailing of pilgrims or the shouting of demagogues, but the rhythmic, disciplined clanking of thousands of mail hauberks, the creak of leather saddles, and the deep, chest-vibrating thunder of destriers, the massive war horses bred for the singular purpose of shock combat. These were not desperate peasants looking for a meal. These were the professional killers of the medieval world, men who had spent their entire lives training to drive a lance through a shield at full gallop. They came in 4 distinct waves, moving like separate storms converging on a single point, each led by a man whose ego was large enough to require its own baggage train. The first to arrive was Hugh of Vermandois, the younger brother of the King of France. Hugh was a man who understood the value of branding, perhaps a little too well. He sent a letter ahead to Emperor Alexios that essentially read, "King of Kings, I am coming. Prepare a reception worthy of my magnificence." A bold opening gambit for a man who was technically asking for a favour. However, history has a way of humbling the proud, and in a touch of irony that likely made the Byzantine court stifle a few polite chuckles, Hugh's fleet was shipwrecked in a storm before he even reached the capital. He washed up on the shores of the empire, not as a conquering hero, but as a sodden, half-drowned nobleman who had to be fished out of the surf by the emperor's men. Alexios, ever the diplomat, dried him off, gave him gifts, and kept him under comfortable house arrest, treating him as a prized parrot in a gilded cage while he waited for the real wolves to arrive. And arrive they did. Next came Godfrey of Bouillon, the Duke of Lower Lorraine, a man who would become the face of the crusade in later legends. Godfrey was a tall, blonde, imposing figure, the very picture of Northern European martial virtue, yet he was driven by a piety so intense it bordered on terrifying. To fund his army, he had essentially liquidated his entire life, selling off castles and counties to the church, gambling his entire dynastic future on the belief that God would pay dividends in the afterlife. Historians still argue whether this mass liquidation of assets by men like Godfrey disproves the old theory that the Crusades were merely a land grab for landless younger sons, suggesting instead that for many it was a financial catastrophe willingly embraced for the sake of the soul. Following Godfrey was a man of a very different temperament, Bohemund of Taranto. If Godfrey was the shield of the crusade, Bohemund was its dagger. He was a Norman from southern Italy, the son of a legendary adventurer, and he was a giant of a man, described by the emperor's daughter, Anna Komnena, as a marvel of muscle and menace, with a laugh that sounded like it came from a different species. The delicious tension of Bohemont's arrival lay in the fact that until very recently he had been trying to conquer the Byzantine Empire himself. Now, hearing of the crusade, he had famously stopped in the middle of a siege, cut his expensive cloak into crosses for his men, and pivoted east, transforming from an invader into a saviour without blinking an eye. He brought with him a small but lethal force of Normans, the most feared cavalry in the world, and his nephew Tancred, a young warrior who seemed to have stepped out of a romance novel, eager for glory and visibly annoyed by the boring parts of politics. Finally, there was Raymond of Toulouse, the Count of Saint-Gilles. He was the oldest, the richest, and arguably the grumpiest of the leaders, a one-eyed veteran in his 50s who ruled a vast territory in southern France. Raymond led the largest army, a sprawling host from Provence, and he carried himself with the stiff-necked pride of a man who believed, with some justification, that he should be the commander-in-chief of the entire expedition. He marched his men through the difficult fog-shrouded coastal roads of Dalmatia, fighting off local Slavs who buzzed around his column like angry wasps, an ordeal that left him in a foul mood before he even saw the walls of Constantinople. As these great armies converged on the Byzantine capital throughout late 1096 and early 1097, the atmosphere was thick with the smoke of thousands of campfires and the scent of wet iron. The logistics alone were a nightmare that would have broken a lesser administration. Tens of thousands of men and horses required rivers of grain and mountains of fodder every day. The Emperor Alexios established markets for them, but he watched them with the unblinking gaze of a man holding a tiger by the ears. He saw their strength. Yes, the heavy cavalry of the Franks was a weapon unlike anything in the East, a kinetic force that could shatter lines of infantry like glass, but he also saw their arrogance, their disunity, and their unpredictability. These Westerners were uncouth by Byzantine standards. They were loud, they drank too much wine, and they had a confusing web of feudal loyalties that made no sense to the centralized bureaucracy of Constantinople. To the Crusaders, the Byzantines were equally alien, effeminate, overly complicated, and suspiciously willing to make treaties with the Turks when it suited them. It was a clash of civilizations not between Christian and Muslim, but between the Latin West and the Greek East, a friction that sparked and hissed every time they touched. The princes set up their camps outside the massive Theodosian walls, the triple-layered fortifications that had protected Constantinople for centuries, and stared up at the domes of the city with a mix of awe and envy. Inside those walls lay the greatest wealth in Christendom, and more than one knight must have looked at the gold-roofed palaces and wondered if the crusade needed to go all the way to Jerusalem to find a prize worth taking. But for now, the cross on their shoulders held them to their vow. They were a coiled spring, a mass of potential energy waiting for release. The Prince's Crusade had successfully gathered, bringing together men who hated each other almost as much as they hated the infidel, united only by a fragile oath and the sheer magnetic pull of the Holy Sepulchre. In the tents of the commanders, maps were unrolled, often inaccurate ones, and arguments erupted over precedence and strategy, their voices rising into the night air, while outside the common soldiers sharpened their swords and looked east across the Bosporus toward the dark, unknown hills of Asia where the enemy was waiting. The easy part, the walking, the spending, the posturing, was over. Now, the real negotiation was about to begin, not with the Sultan, but with the Emperor who held the keys to the gate, and who was determined to ensure that this violent storm he had invited did not blow his own house down. To understand the tension that vibrated through the air of Constantinople in the early months of 1097, one must step out of the muddy encampments of the Franks and into the cool, incense-scented corridors of the great palace. Here, Emperor Alexios the Komnenos sat at the centre of a web of silk and steel, a man playing a game of three-dimensional chess while his opponents were trying to play checkers with sledgehammers. Alexios was not merely a ruler. He was the heir to Rome, the guardian of a civilization that had kept the lamps of learning and law burning while the West had stumbled through the dark. To him, these Franks, a term the Byzantines used for all Westerners, were a terrifying paradox. They were undeniably brave and ferociously strong, but they were also in his eyes unstable, greedy, and prone to solving complex diplomatic problems by hitting them with an axe. He had asked the Pope for a scalpel to remove the Turkish tumour from his eastern borders. Instead, the Pope had sent him a landslide. The Emperor's goal was simple but dangerous. He needed to harness the raw violence of the Crusade without letting it destroy his city. To do this, he devised a plan that relied on the one thing Western knights understood better than strategy, the feudal oath. Alexios decided that he would not ferry these great armies across the Bosporus until their leaders had sworn fealty to him, promising to return any former Byzantine lands they reconquered to the empire rather than keeping them for themselves. It was a reasonable request from an imperial perspective. After all, they were marching through his backyard. But to the proud princes of the West, it was a bitter pill to swallow. The theatre, where this diplomatic drama played out, was the Magnora Palace, a hall designed specifically to make visitors feel small. When the rough-hewn Western lords were ushered in, they were met not just with gold mosaics and purple porphyry, but with a display of mechanical wonder that seems almost mythical to us today, yet is well documented in the chronicles. As the barbarians approached the throne, mechanical golden lions flanking the emperor opened their mouths and roared, and bronze birds in the artificial trees began to sing. It was a display of technology meant to signal that Byzantium operated on a level of sophistication the West could scarcely comprehend. One can imagine the knights, men whose castles were essentially drafty piles of stone, staring at these clockwork beasts with hands hovering near their sword hilts, wondering if this was sorcery or just a very expensive trick. The first to be brought into this golden cage was Hugh of Vermandois, who, having been fished out of the sea and treated to a few weeks of luxury, had already sworn the oath with the pliability of a man who enjoys warm baths and regular meals. But Godfrey of Bouillon was a harder stone to crack. The Duke of Lorraine felt that his allegiance belonged only to the Holy Roman Emperor back home and to God above. He refused to bend the knee to a Greek schismatic. The tension spilled out from the negotiation table onto the field. For days, the Crusaders and the imperial police traded insults and arrows. It culminated in a bizarre and violent episode during Holy Week, of all times, where Godfrey's men actually attacked the palace walls, and Alexios was forced to fire on fellow Christians to drive them back. It was a stark reminder of how thin the veneer of Christian unity really was. Eventually, Alexios played his trump card. He cut off the food supply. Hunger, as it turns out, is a compelling diplomat. Godfrey, realizing he could not fight a war against the emperor and the Turks simultaneously, finally relented. He knelt, swore the oath, and was promptly showered with gold and silver, a gesture that Alexios used to signal that submission paid better than defiance. Next came Bohemond, the giant Norman. The meeting between Alexios and Bohemond is one of the great psychological jewels of the Middle Ages. These two men knew each other well. They had fought on opposite sides of a battlefield in Greece only years before. Bohemond walked into the palace not with the stubbornness of Godfrey, but with the slippery charm of a predator. He was impressed by the wealth, openly gazing at the treasures with a look that must have made the palace guards tighten their grips on their spears. Historians still debate the true nature of the private conversation between these two, particularly a moment where Alexios supposedly offered Bohemond a room full of riches, and Bohemond, after initially refusing in a show of false modesty, famously cried out, "With this one could conquer kingdoms." He took the oath readily, perhaps too readily, for Bohemond was a man who regarded promises as tactical manoeuvres rather than spiritual bonds. There is a delicious, likely apocryphal story that during the feasting, Bohemond refused to eat any food served to him, fearing poison until the emperor tasted it first, a moment of paranoia that likely amused the sophisticated Alexios, who preferred to kill his enemies with bureaucracy rather than arsenic. The final hurdle was Raymond of Toulouse. The old count was made of stiffer stuff. He flatly refused to become the vassal of a foreign king, declaring that he had left his lands to serve God, not another man. The standoff with Raymond threatened to derail the entire enterprise. He and Bohemond, who naturally hated each other, began to quarrel in the emperor's presence, with Bohemond essentially offering to fight Raymond if he didn't shut up and sign the paper. Alexios, ever the pragmatist, saw an opportunity. He realized that Raymond's stubbornness could make him a useful counterweight to the ambitious Bohemond. He allowed Raymond to swear a modified, lesser oath. He would not swear fealty, but he promised to respect the emperor's life and honour, and to do nothing to harm the empire. It was a verbal compromise that saved face for everyone. With the oaths finally extracted, the great machinery of logistics groaned into motion. The crossing of the Bosporus was a spectacle of movement that took days to complete. The imperial fleet, a swarm of galleys and transport barges, began to shuttle the vast host from the European shore to the Asian side. As the knights led their horses onto the rocking decks, looking back at the skyline of Constantinople, the greatest city they had ever seen and likely ever would see, they were crossing a psychological threshold as much as a geographical one. Behind them lay the safety of Christendom, however tenuous. Ahead lay the unknown. The chroniclers describe the water of the strait churning with the wake of hundreds of ships, the sun glinting on thousands of helmets, a river of steel flowing towards the east. Alexios watched them go from the walls, likely with a profound sense of relief mixed with anxiety. He had managed to herd the cats. Now he had to hope they would catch the mice without tearing down the house. He sent with them a small detachment of Byzantine troops and guides, led by his trusted general Tatikios, a man with a golden nose, to replace the one he had lost in battle, to ensure that the Crusaders kept their word and to steer them toward the strategic targets the empire needed recovered. Once on the Asian shore, the atmosphere changed. The Crusaders were now in enemy territory, though the land still looked deceptively like the Europe they had left. The air was fresher, the wind coming down from the Anatolian plateau carrying the scent of pine and dust. They established a massive camp at Pelikanon, checking their gear, tightening cinches, and looking towards the horizon where the blue peaks of mountains hinted at the hardships to come. The guests had finally left the foyer, but the party was just beginning. The first target was already chosen. The city of Nicaea, the Seljuk capital that sat brazenly close to Constantinople, mocking the emperor's power. The Crusaders, flush with Byzantine gold and confident in their divine mission, prepared to march. They did not know that the Sultan, Kili Arslan, having so easily crushed the peasants of the People's Crusade, held them in utter contempt. He believed he was facing another rabble. He was currently away fighting a rival, leaving his capital lightly defended, and his treasury and family inside the walls. He was about to make the first and most fatal mistake of the war, underestimating the heavy cavalry of the Franks. The stage was set for the first true collision between the iron of the west and the stone of the east. The walls of Nicaea rise from the edge of Lake Ascanius like a challenge written in stone, reflecting in the water with a stillness that belies the violence about to shatter it. As the Crusader army emerges from the hills in May of 1097, the side of the city stops them in their tracks. This is not a wooden hill fort or a crumbling ruin. It is a masterpiece of Roman military engineering, boasting 4 miles of fortifications, over 100 towers, and walls thick enough to drive a chariot along the top. Inside these walls lies the capital of the Sultanate of Rum, the prize that mocks the emperor in Constantinople, but to the Crusaders it represents something even older. This is the city of the Nicene Creed, the place where the very definition of Christianity was codified centuries ago. To see it under the banner of Islam feels like a personal affront to the clerics riding in the rear, while to the knights it simply looks like a very hard nut to crack. The army fans out to encircle the landward sides of the city, a sprawling, glittering necklace of steel and canvas. Godfrey takes the north, Bohemond the east, and Raymond, arriving a bit late and grumpy as usual, completes the blockade on the south. Inside the city, the Turkish garrison watches this arrival with a mix of amusement and confusion. Their sultan, Kili Arslan, is currently miles away in the east, fighting his own dynastic rivals, the Danishmends. He has left his wife, his children, and his treasury in Nicaea, confident that the Franks are nothing more than another rabble of peasants like the ones he slaughtered at Civito. He assumes they will break themselves against the walls and starve in a week. It is a miscalculation of catastrophic proportions. The men setting up camp below are not farmers armed with pitchforks. They are veterans who understand the grim mathematics of siege warfare. They immediately begin to build siege towers, catapults, and mantlets. The air fills with the sounds of industry, the rhythmic thud of axes felling trees, the hiss of saws, and the groaning of ropes. But the siege does not go smoothly at first. The defenders are skilled archers, and their composite bows outrange the western crossbows. They taunt the Crusaders from the battlements, and in a grisly display of psychological warfare, they use iron hooks to haul up the bodies of the few Crusaders who fall near the walls, stripping them of their armour and hanging the corpses as grim decorations. The Crusaders respond with a brutality of their own, catapulting the severed heads of Turkish scouts back into the city to demoralise the garrison. It is a dark, transactional violence, a conversation of horror spoken over the battlements. Yet, the real problem is the lake. Nicaea is shaped like a pentagon, with its longest side hugging the water. As long as the lake remains open, the garrison can receive food and reinforcements by boat. The Crusaders can only watch in frustration as ships glide into the city's harbour, delivering fresh bread and arrows while they gnaw on hardtack in the mud. Then the ground shakes. Kilij Arslan, having finally realised that this is a serious invasion, comes rushing back from the east with his main army. He expects to sweep down from the mountains and drive the Franks into the lake. He attacks the southern flank, where Raymond of Toulouse is positioned. What happens next is a shock that ripples through the entire Turkish worldview. Arslan sends in his mounted archers, expecting the usual panic. Instead, they hit a wall of Western discipline. The knights do not break, they hold the line, their heavy mail absorbing the arrows. Then they charge. The Frankish charge is a terrifying phenomenon, a kinetic release of energy where 1,000-pound horses and lance-wielding riders become a single projectile. The lighter Turkish cavalry is smashed aside. For the first time, Arslan sees that these infidels are made of iron. The battle is fierce and bloody, raging until sunset, but in the end, the Sultan is forced to flee, leaving his capital to its fate. He abandons his family inside, sending a final message to the garrison. Act as you think best. It is permission to surrender. With the relief army defeated, the Crusaders turn their eyes back to the lake. They know they cannot take the city unless they close that watery back door. They turn to the Emperor Alexios for help. In a feat of engineering that feels almost like a magic trick, the Byzantines transport a fleet of boats overland from the sea, putting them on rollers and dragging them miles over the hills to launch them into Lake Ascanius. Imagine the scene. the sun rising over the water, the defenders on the walls rubbing their eyes as they see a Byzantine flotilla suddenly appearing where there was no water access before, manned by marines blowing trumpets and waving imperial banners. The psychological checkmate is complete. The city is surrounded. The end of the siege, however, brings the first bitter taste of betrayal to the Latin-Byzantine alliance. The Crusaders prepare for the final assault. They have bled for weeks. They have built the towers. They have defeated the Sultan. They are ready to storm the walls, dreaming of the plunder inside. The gold, the horses, the slaves. They sharpen their swords, expecting the order to attack at dawn. But when the sun rises, they look up at the towers of Nicaea and stop, stunned. Floating lazily in the morning breeze are not white flags of surrender, but the golden standards of the Roman Emperor. During the night, while the Crusaders slept, the Byzantine general Tatikios had secretly negotiated with the garrison. The Turks, terrified of what the barbarian Franks would do to them, had surrendered the city directly to Alexios in exchange for their lives and safe conduct. The Crusaders are furious. They have been robbed of their sack. They stand before the closed gates, listening to the celebrations inside, locked out of their own victory. The knights grumble that the emperor has stolen their glory. The common soldiers are angry. They have lost their loot. To prevent a riot, Alexios enacts a masterclass in crisis management. He allows the Crusaders to enter the city only in small escorted groups to visit the churches, and he pays off the leaders with massive gifts of gold and horses, essentially buying their plunder from his own treasury. He even returns the Sultan's wife and children to Arslan without a ransom, a move of diplomatic chivalry that baffles the Franks, but serves Alexios's long-term strategy of keeping channels open with his neighbours. Historians still debate whether this was a betrayal by Alexios or a necessary humanitarian intervention. Had the Crusaders stormed the city, they likely would have slaughtered everyone inside and burned a strategic asset to the ground. Alexios wanted a city, not a graveyard. The Crusaders take the gold, but the trust is broken. They see the Byzantines now not just as allies but as competitors, clever, slippery and unchivalrous. Yet, despite the grumbling, the victory is undeniable. Nicaea, the first great hurdle, has fallen. The road to Jerusalem is open. Morale soars as the army packs up its tents. They have beaten the Turks in open battle. They have taken a great fortress. They feel invincible, unaware that the Sultan Kilij Arslan is not running away to hide, but to organise. He has learned a hard lesson at Nicaea. Do not fight the Franks alone. He is riding ahead, calling on his former enemies to join him, preparing a trap in the valleys of Dorylaeum. The Crusaders march out in high spirits in late June, splitting their army into two columns to make foraging easier, a decision that makes perfect logistical sense and is roughly 24 hours away from becoming a tactical disaster. The air grows hotter as they move into the dry, dusty interior of Anatolia, leaving the cooling breeze of the lake behind. They are walking into the heart of the lion's den, and the lion is no longer sleeping. The march away from Nicaea begins in a deceptively high spirit, the army moving like a confident serpent through the scrubby, undulating hills of the Anatolian interior. It is July now, and the sun is no longer a warm companion, but a heavy, pressing weight on the shoulders of every man in mail. To ease the burden of foraging for food and water in this drying landscape, the leadership makes a decision that makes perfect logistical sense on paper, but invites disaster in practice. They split the army. The vanguard, led by the aggressive Bohemond of Taranto, marches ahead, accompanied by the Byzantine guides and a smaller contingent of troops. Following about a day's march behind, a gap of perhaps 5 or 6 miles, is the main body under Godfrey and Raymond. They believe the Turks are broken, fleeing in terror toward the horizon. They are wrong. Kilij Arslan has not fled. He has circled back, and this time he has brought his friends. He is allied with the Danishmen Turks, putting aside old rivalries to face this new ironclad threat as Bohemont's column descends into the grassy valley of Dorylaeum on the morning of July 1st. The trap is sprung, not with a shout, but with a sound that would haunt the nightmares of Crusaders for generations. The deep, rhythmic thumping of drums and the shrill, terrifying ululation of thousands of warriors. Suddenly, the hills around the valley are alive. The chroniclers say the Turks seemed to pour out of the earth itself a swirling storm of horsemen that numbered in the tens of thousands. These are not the heavy shock cavalry of Europe who charge in a straight line. These are mounted archers, masters of the steppe style of warfare. They ride swift, agile ponies circling the Crusaders like wolves around a herd of buffalo, releasing arrows with terrifying precision while moving at a full gallop. Bohemond, realizing instantly that he is outnumbered and outmaneuvered, shows the cool-headed brilliance that makes him one of the era's most fascinating figures. He does not order a suicidal charge. Instead, he shouts the order: "Stand fast, pitch the tents." And it seems absurd to set up camp in the middle of a battle, but Bohemond knows his only hope is to create a static defensive position to protect the non-combatants and wait for the second army. He orders the knights to dismount, a painful blow to their pride, for a Norman knight without his horse feels like a king without a throne, or perhaps just a very angry metal can, and form a shield wall. Behind them, the women, priests and servants huddle in the centre, the soft underbelly of the crusade shielded by a carapace of steel. For hours the arrow storm rains down. The sky literally darkens. The Turkish composite bows are powerful enough to punch through chainmail at close range, but the Crusaders' heavy armour saves them from immediate annihilation. They stand shoulder to shoulder, sweating in the furnace of their own gear, listening to the incessant ting-ting-ting of arrows glancing off helmets and shields. It is a battle of endurance, a psychological torture test. The Turks cannot break the wall, but the Crusaders cannot strike back. Every time a group of knights loses their temper and charges out, the Turks simply retreat, firing backward over their horses' rumps, the famous Parthian shot, drawing the Europeans away from safety before swarming them. The heat rises. Thirst begins to claw at the throats of the defenders. Inside the circle, the women play a role often forgotten in the grand histories of kings and battles. They run through the arrow fire, carrying water from the stream to the soldiers on the line, offering words of encouragement, stitching up wounds while the air buzzes with death. Without them, the line likely would have collapsed from exhaustion alone. As the sun climbs toward its zenith, the situation becomes critical. The horses, less armoured than the men, are being slaughtered in droves. Bohemond sends messengers galloping desperately through the Turkish lines to find the second army, but he knows time is running out. The Turks, sensing the desperation, begin to close in, switching from bows to sabres, pressing against the shield wall. The Crusaders, huddled and battered, begin to make their final confessions. The chroniclers record a mood of grim acceptance. They believe they are all about to become martyrs. Today, one knight might have whispered to another, "We dine in paradise, though I would prefer a cold cup of wine in Provence." The volume of the enemy is overwhelming. The screaming, the drums, the clash of steel. And then, just as the line is bowing to the breaking point, a change ripples through the Turkish ranks. Heads turn, the drums falter. On the ridge above the valley, appearing like a host of angels in the shimmering heat haze, are the banners of Godfrey of Bouillon and Hugh of Vermandois. They have ridden hard, their horses foaming, alerted by the desperate messengers. To the beleaguered men in the valley, the sight of the golden crosses catching the sunlight is the most beautiful thing they have ever seen. but the masterstroke comes from the papal legate, Bishop Adhemar. While Godfrey charges the Turkish flank, Adhemar has led a detachment secretly through the mountains to the rear of the Turkish position. He descends not just with swords, but with a psychological hammer blow. He sets fire to the Turkish camp. The sight of their own tents burning behind them breaks the Turkish nerve. The hunters become the hunted. Caught between the anvil of Bohemont's shield wall, which suddenly roars back to life, and the hammer of Godfrey's fresh cavalry, the Turkish army shatters. They flee into the mountains, leaving behind everything. The aftermath of Dorylaeum is a scene of euphoric looting and sobering realization. The Crusaders walk through the abandoned Turkish camp, marvelling at the strangeness of their enemy. They find camels, creatures many of them have never seen before, and view with deep suspicion, as if they are horses designed by a committee of drunkards, and vast amounts of gold and silver. But amidst the celebration, there is a new respect. The anonymous author of the Gesta Francorum, a soldier who was likely there, writes with surprising admiration about the Turks. If only they were Christian, he muses, they would be the finest race of men. The Crusaders realize now that this march will not be a simple parade. The enemy is fast, smart, and lethal. They have survived only by the skin of their teeth and the luck of timing. Historians still argue whether the arrival of the Second Army was brilliant coordination or sheer dumb luck, but to the men wiping the dust and blood from their eyes in the valley, it feels entirely like divine intervention. With the Turkish field army smashed, the road to the south seems open, but the victory has come at a cost. They have lost thousands of horses, the engines of their warfare. From here, they must walk. And the land they are walking into is not the milk and honey paradise of Scripture, but the harsh, waterless interior of Anatolia in the height of summer. The euphoria of Dorylaeum will soon evaporate, like spit on a hot stone. They pack up their new camels, bury their dead, and turn their faces toward the distant Taurus mountains. The arrow storm is over, but the death march is about to begin. The crusade has survived its first true battle, but now it must survive the earth itself. As the adrenaline fades, the reality of the distance yet to travel settles over them, heavy and silent as the dust. The victory at Dorylaeum was a drug that wore off quickly, leaving the army with a hangover of dust and despair as they pushed deeper into the anatomical emptiness of the Anatolian plateau. The Turks, having learned they could not stop the iron wall of the Franks with arrows alone, switched to a weapon far more effective and cruel, the earth itself. As they retreated, they burned everything. Fields of grain were turned to ash, wells were poisoned or filled with sand, cisterns were smashed. The Crusaders were walking into a landscape that had been hollowed out, a burning Phrygia, where the only thing that grew in abundance was the heat. It was July and August, the months when the sun over Asia Minor acts not as a light source, but as a physical weight, pressing down on helmets and mail coifs until the metal became too hot to touch. The army stretched out for miles, a ragged snake slithering through a furnace, and the optimism of the Deus Vult began to crack under the reality of a tongue swollen so thick it could no longer form the words. The first casualties were the horses. The great destriers of Europe, bred for the lush pastures of France and the Rhineland, withered in the dry heat. They died by the thousands, collapsing mid-step, their lungs choked with dust. It was a slow-motion catastrophe for the military hierarchy. A knight without a horse is physically diminished, but in the 11th century he is also socially erased. Men who had ridden out of their ancestral gates as proud lords were now forced to walk in the dirt alongside their serfs, carrying their heavy saddles on their own backs in the desperate hope of finding a new mount. The chronicles paint a picture that is both tragic and grimly absurd. noble knights riding oxen, goats, or even large dogs, their long legs dragging in the dust, the grandeur of chivalry reduced to a barnyard procession. It was a sight that might have been comical if the stakes weren't life and death. One can imagine the grim, silent laughter of the infantry watching a duke try to steer a stubborn ox with spurred boots. Thirst became the only reality. The chroniclers describe the suffering with a visceral horror that transcends the centuries. Men and women threw themselves into mud puddles to suck the moisture from the dirt. Some, driven mad by dehydration, cut the veins of their remaining horses and drank the blood, a desperate communion that often killed both beast and rider. Women, unable to nourish their infants, wept dust instead of tears. The discipline of the march began to fray at the edges. Hallucinations stalked the columns. Priests claimed to see saints pointing the way to water, leading groups of hopeful souls off into the shimmering heat haze never to be seen again. Historians recount the story of a heavenly white bird that supposedly guided the army to a hidden spring, a legend that likely wraps a kernel of luck in the protective cloth of a miracle. In reality, survival was often a matter of stumbling upon a muddy creek and having the discipline not to drink so much so quickly that the body went into shock, a discipline many lacked, dying by the water's edge with bellies full of silt. As the army crawled eastward, the unity of the princes began to fracture along the fault lines of ambition. While the main host suffered, two of the younger, hungrier leaders, Baldwin of Boulogne, Godfrey's brother, and Tancred, Bohemond's nephew, broke away from the main group. They took their men and raced south towards the fertile plains of Silesia, ostensibly to forage and secure the flank, but in reality they were shopping for kingdoms. This Cilician adventure was a foreshadowing of the political greed that would plague the Crusade. Baldwin and Tancred nearly came to blows over the city of Tarsus, the birthplace of St. Paul, arguing over whose banner should fly from the towers, while the main army was still dying of thirst miles away. Baldwin, a man with a cold, pragmatic heart, eventually abandoned the Crusades' main path entirely, heading east towards the Armenian city of Edessa, where he would carve out his own private county. He was the first to realize that liberating the Holy Land could also mean becoming a king in one's own right. The main army watched him go with a mix of resentment and envy. He was leaving the suffering behind while they had to face the mountains. And what mountains they were. Having survived the burning plains, the Crusaders now faced the Anti-Taurus range, a jagged wall of rock that separated them from Syria. The pass they had to cross was known ominously as the Devil's Mountains. It was late summer, but at these altitudes the wind cut like a knife. The path was so narrow in places that the men had to walk single file, balancing on the edge of precipices that dropped away into nothingness. The horses that had survived the desert now slipped on the shale and plummeted to their deaths, their screams echoing off the canyon walls. Knights threw away their armour, the chainmail hauberks that cost a village's annual income left rusting in the rain because they were simply too heavy to carry another step. The army was shedding its skin, stripping down to the raw essentials of survival. It was here, in the cold rain and the mud, that the pilgrimage felt most like a punishment. They were being tested by fire and then by ice, purified or perhaps just traumatized, before they could reach the holy city. Yet, as they descended the southern slopes of the mountains in October 1097, the landscape changed again. The air grew heavy and humid. The smell of dust was replaced by the scent of rotting vegetation, wet earth, and citrus. They had reached the Orontes Valley. Before them lay the Iron Bridge, the gateway to Syria, and beyond that, the great city of Antioch. The relief was overwhelming, but it was short-lived. Antioch was not a city to be taken by a tired, ragged army of walkers. It was a fortress of legendary strength, its walls crawling up the sides of Mount Silbius like a stone snake, guarded by 400 towers. The Crusaders, looking at this impossible fortification through the rain that had begun to fall, a cold, relentless winter rain that would turn their camp into a swamp, must have felt a cold pit in their stomachs. They had walked through hell to get here, only to find the gates of the next hell locked tight against them. The long road had changed them. The soft flesh of Europe had been burned away. The weak had died in the desert or fallen off the cliffs. What remained was a hardened core of survivors, men and women, who had eaten their horses and drunk mud and kept walking. They were no longer just a feudal levy. They were a distinct entity, a tribe forged in suffering. But as they set up their siege lines around Antioch, hammering stakes into the mud and looking up at the Turkish sentries watching them from the warmth of the towers, they realized that the heat of Anatolia had been merely the crucible. The hammer was about to fall. The siege of Antioch would not be a battle of movement, but a 9-month nightmare of starvation, ghosts and shadows, where the enemy was not just the Turk on the wall, but the hunger in their own bellies. The great march was over. The great waiting had begun, and the winter was coming to kill whatever the desert had missed. The winter that descended upon the siege of Antioch was not a season, it was a punishment. The rain did not fall so much as it relentlessly erased the world, turning the Crusader camp into a vast sucking quagmire of freezing mud where men, horses and dreams sank without a trace. The geography of the Orontes Valley, usually fertile and welcoming, became a trap. Supplies ran out within weeks. The chroniclers, usually prone to exaggerating the glory of war, turned their pens to the grotesque inventory of survival. Knights, once proud in their silks and steel, were reduced to gnawing on boiled leather straps, shoe soles and the bark of trees. The price of a donkey's head rose to match a nobleman's ransom. Disease, the silent camp follower of every medieval army, stalked the tents, claiming more lives than the Turkish arrows ever could. It was a time of earthquakes and comets, celestial signs that the clergy struggled to interpret as tests of faith rather than omens of doom, though the shivering soldiers likely found it hard to see the difference between a test from God and abandonment by him. In this atmosphere of slow-motion horror, the cracks in the leadership widened into chasms. Stephen of Blois, a man of immense wealth and high standing, who had written glowing letters to his wife, Adela, claiming the war was going splendidly, decided he had seen enough of the splendour. In a move that would stain his reputation forever, he feigned illness and fled back toward Constantinople. There is a dark, grim humour in Stephen's timing. He deserted just before the tide turned, effectively writing himself out of the victory speech and into the history books as the premier coward of the First Crusade. Worse, on his way back, he met the Emperor Alexios, who was marching with a relief army, and convinced him that the crusade was already lost and everyone was dead. Alexios, believing him, turned back, a decision that would cement the hatred between the Latins and the Greeks for generations. Stephen's panic didn't just save his own skin, it severed the lifeline of the entire expedition. But while Stephen was running away, Bohemond of Taranto was digging in. Bohemond looked at the impenetrable walls of Antioch not as an obstacle, but as a property listing. He did not want to hand this city back to the emperor as he had sworn. He wanted it for himself. To do this, he first had to get rid of the Byzantine representative, Tatikios. Historians still argue over exactly how this happened, whether Tatikios fled out of genuine fear of starvation, or if Bohemond whispered in his ear that the other princes were plotting to assassinate him. Given Bohemond's Machiavellian track record, the latter is frighteningly plausible. Once Tatikios and his troops had departed, Bohemond turned to the Council of Princes and argued that since the emperor had abandoned them, their oaths were void. Antioch would belong to whoever could take it. And Bohemond, of course, already had a plan that didn't involve siege towers or catapults. It involved a man named Firuz. Firuz is one of history's great enigmas, a tower commander on the southern wall who was allegedly an Armenian convert to Islam, or perhaps a disgruntled Christian, or maybe just a man who had been fined for black market trading and held a grudge. Bohemond had found him, turned him, and bribed him. For weeks, they communicated through secret messengers, passing notes in the dark while the rest of the army starved. The deal was simple: safety, gold, and revenge in exchange for a window. But Bohemond kept this card close to his chest, waiting for the pressure to become unbearable. That pressure arrived in late May 1098, in the terrifying form of Kerbuga, the Atabeg of Mosul, a massive Muslim relief army, far larger than anything the Crusaders had faced, was marching toward Antioch. The hunters were about to become the hunted. If they were caught outside the walls when Kerbuga arrived, they would be crushed against the stone. It was a checkmate scenario. On the night of June 2nd, with Kerbuga's scouts already visible on the horizon, Bohemond finally acted. He told the other princes his plan, and under the cover of a moonless, wind-swept darkness, a small group of hand-picked knights crept toward the section of the wall commanded by Firuz. The tension of this moment is cinematic in its perfection. Imagine the sound of the wind masking the clink of armour, the heavy breathing of men who know that a single cough could end the crusade. They reached the base of the Tower of the Two Sisters. A leather ladder was lowered, or perhaps raised, silently against the stone. For a moment no one wanted to climb. The fear of a trap was palpable. Finally, a knight, some sources say Bohemond himself, others a man named Fulk, stepped onto the rungs. He climbed into the black mouth of the tower window and disappeared. The men below waited, hearts hammering against their ribs. A minute passed, then another. Had his throat been cut? Was Firuz laughing? Then a signal, a soft whistle or a waved cloth. The next man went up, then another, 60 men in total. They moved like ghosts along the battlements, seizing the neighbouring towers, silencing the guards with brutal efficiency before an alarm could be raised. Firuz had kept his word. The traders opened the postern gates and the main gates from the inside. Outside, the main Crusader army, which had been hiding in the nearby valleys, saw the signal fire and surged forward. The sack of Antioch was not a battle. It was a release of 6 months of misery, hunger, and terror. The Crusaders poured into the city like a dam breaking. The darkness of the streets was illuminated by the sudden, erratic light of torches and burning buildings. The surprise was total. The Turkish garrison and the civilian population awoke to the sound of Deus Vult echoing in their courtyards. What followed was a massacre that spared almost no one. The chroniclers describe a frenzy of violence where age, gender, or even religion barely mattered in the dark. Many local Christians were killed by Crusaders who couldn't tell them apart from the Muslims in the chaos. The streets became slippery with blood. The accumulated rage of the Great Waiting was vented in a single night of fire and steel. The garrison commander, Yagi Sian, fled the city in a panic, only to be thrown from his horse and killed by Armenian peasants in the hills, his head brought back to Bohemond as a grisly trophy. By dawn on June 3rd, the banner of Bohemond flew over the city. The Crusaders walked through the smoke-filled streets, dazed by their own victory, gorging themselves on whatever food they could find. They had done the impossible. They had taken the impregnable city. But as the sun rose higher, casting light on the carnage, a terrifying realization dawned with it. They had taken the city, yes, but they had not taken the citadel. The massive fortress at the very peak of Mount Silpius, a mountain that rose inside the city walls, was still held by the remnants of the Turkish garrison. And then, looking over the walls to the north, the Crusaders saw a sight that turned their blood to ice. The vanguard of Khyber's army had arrived. The timing was almost supernatural. If the Crusaders had waited even 24 hours, they would have been caught outside and annihilated. Instead, they had slipped inside just as the trap snapped shut. But now, the trap had simply changed shape. They were inside Antioch, but they were not safe. They were locked in a city with no food. They had eaten it all, or it had been destroyed, with a hostile fortress looming above them on the mountain and a massive army besieging them from the outside. The besiegers had become the besieged. The gates they had just battered down now had to be barricaded against a force 10 times their size. The euphoria of the night evaporated instantly, replaced by a claustrophobic dread. They had traded a prison of mud for a prison of stone. Bohemond was now the master of Antioch, but it looked very much like he had just become the captain of a sinking ship. The miracle of the betrayal had bought them time, but it had not bought them salvation. The true test of faith was not the starvation of the winter, but the terror of the trap they now found themselves in. The air inside Antioch was not merely stale. It was a physical weight, thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, rotting refuse, and the sharp metallic tang of fear. The Crusaders, having traded the open starvation of the siege camps for the claustrophobic starvation of the city streets, were breaking. They were trapped between the hammer of the citadel above, where the Turkish garrison still held out, and the anvil of Khyber's massive army surrounding the walls below. Hope had evaporated like water on a hot stone. Men who had charged into arrow storms at Dorylaeum now huddled in the shadows of the great churches, too weak to lift their shields, waiting for the end. Panic began to unravel the army's mind. There were the rope dancers, men who lowered themselves from the walls at night to flee into the darkness, preferring the risk of capture to the certainty of slow death. Even the great princes were eyeing the exits. Bohemond and Raymond patrolled the streets, not just to organize defense, but to prevent a total collapse of order. The crusade was effectively over, strangled in its cradle of stone. It was in this midnight of the soul that a spark was struck, not by a king or a bishop, but by a nobody. Peter Bartholomew was a peasant, a servant to a minor lord, a man of no consequence whose name should have been lost to the dust of history. But Peter began to speak of visions. He claimed that St. Andrew had appeared to him in his sleep, revealing that the holy lance, the very spear that had pierced the side of Christ on the cross, was buried beneath the floor of the cathedral of St. Peter in Antioch. To the rational mind, and certainly to the sharp, sceptical intellect of the papal legate Bishop Adhemar, this sounded like the delirium of a starving man. Why would a Roman relic be buried in a provincial church in Syria? But a starving army does not need logic, it needs a miracle. The rumours spread like wildfire through the alleys. God had not forgotten them. He had left a weapon waiting for this exact moment. On June 14th, 1098, a strange procession entered the cathedral. The doors were barred against the mob outside. Inside, in the cool, incense-heavy gloom, 12 men, including Peter Bartholomew and the Count of Toulouse, began to dig. Imagine the scene: the rhythmic scrape of spades against dry earth, the flicker of torchlight casting long dancing shadows on the ancient stone pillars, the heavy breathing of men weakened by hunger, working in shifts. They dug from morning until the afternoon light began to fade, creating a deep pit in the church floor. Nothing. The skepticism of the clergy seemed vindicated. The mood in the church grew heavy. If this failed, the last ember of morale would be extinguished. Then, as the evening bells might have been ringing in a happier city, Peter himself jumped into the pit. He clawed at the loose dirt with his bare hands, shirtless and sweating. Suddenly, a cry. He held up a corroded hunk of iron. Whether Peter had hidden the iron there himself in a sleight of hand, or whether it was truly an ancient artifact, mattered instantly less than the effect it had. To the men watching, and to the thousands waiting outside, this was not a rusty spike. It was a telegram from heaven. The news exploded out of the cathedral doors. The Holy Lance had been found. The transformation of the army was absolute and terrifying. Men who had been unable to stand hours before were suddenly clashing their swords against their shields, weeping with joy, demanding to be led out to battle. The discovery turned a defeated rabble into a host of fanatics. They were no longer fighting for survival. They were fighting as the chosen executioners of God's will. Bohemond, the ever-pragmatic general, seized this psychological lightning bolt and aimed it straight at Kerbiger. He decided to gamble everything on one throw of the dice. On June 28th, the gates of Antioch opened. But the army that marched out did not look like the glittering host of Europe that had arrived 2 years earlier. They were a ragged army of ghosts, gaunt, their armour hanging loosely on skeletal frames, many marching on foot because the horses were long dead and eaten. Yet they moved with an eerie, silent discipline that unnerved the Turkish watchers. Kerbiger, sitting in his tent, arguably playing chess or finishing a meal, was told the Franks were coming out. He likely expected a surrender or perhaps a desperate, disorganized flight. Instead, he saw battle lines forming with the precision of a drill ground. He made a fatal error. He hesitated. Instead of attacking the Crusaders while they were deploying from the bridge gate, a bottleneck where he could have slaughtered them piecemeal, he let them all come out, thinking he could envelope and crush the entire army at once. He underestimated the power of the lance. As the battle joined, the Crusaders fought with a ferocity that defied their physical condition. The chroniclers speak of knights in white, riding on white horses, appearing on the surrounding hills to aid them, Saints George, Mercurius, and Demetrius joining the fray. Historians argue whether this was mass hallucination born of starvation and heat, or a clever deployment of hidden reserves, but to the soldiers in the melee, the heavens themselves had opened. The Turkish coalition, which was already fracturing due to internal rivalries and Kerbiger's arrogance, began to crumble. When the Crusaders charged, the Turkish line didn't just break, it evaporated. Kerbiger, the master of the East, fled the field in disgrace, leaving his vast camp, his treasures, and his women to the mercy of the ghosts. The victory was total. It was irrational, inexplicable, and absolute. The Crusaders looted the Turkish camp with the manic energy of men who had returned from the dead, finding unimaginable wealth, food, and supplies. The citadel's surrender followed swiftly. Antioch was theirs, truly and completely. But the triumph had a bitter aftertaste. The adrenaline of the miracle faded, and the reality of the summer heat returned. And then, the true tragedy struck. Bishop Adhemar, the one man who commanded the respect of all the princes, the spiritual glue holding the fractious personalities of Bohemond and Raymond together, fell ill. It was likely typhus, bred in the unsanitary conditions of the post-battle city. On August 1st, the soul of the crusade died. Adhemar's death left a vacuum that no relic could fill. Without his mediation, the prince's crusade devolved instantly into a squabble of warlords. Bohemond made it clear he wasn't going anywhere. He was the Prince of Antioch now, and his oath to the emperor was as dead as the horses he'd eaten. Raymond of Toulouse, furious and jealous, refused to accept this, occupying parts of the city in a tense standoff. The army, the common soldiers who had bled and starved for the Holy Sepulchre, watched in horror as their leaders bickered over towers and loot, while the road to Jerusalem lay open and waiting. The holy lance had saved them, but it could not save them from themselves. The summer dragged on, the army rotting in idleness, while the princes played politics. It would take another revolt, this time from the common soldiers threatening to burn the city down and march without their leaders, to finally get the crusade moving again. The miracle had bought them life, but it had come at the cost of their unity. They would march south eventually, but they would walk with a heavier step. Knowing that the holiest among them was buried in the city they were leaving behind. The road from Antioch to Jerusalem is a long ribbon of dust that winds its way down the Levantine coast, flanked by the glittering Mediterranean on the right and the darker, brooding hills on the left. After the horrors of the siege and the political paralysis that followed, the army that finally marched south in early 1099 was smaller, leaner, and possessed by a singular, terrifying focus. They moved with the inevitability of a tidal wave. The local emirs of coastal cities like Tripoli and Tyre, seeing this grim procession of iron-clad survivors, largely chose to pay them tribute rather than fight, buying their safety with food and gold. The Crusaders took what they needed and kept walking. They were no longer interested in conquest for conquest's sake. They were drawn by a magnetic pull towards the centre of their spiritual map. On the morning of June 7th, the vanguard crested the hill of Montchoir, the mountain of joy, and fell to their knees in the dirt. There, shimmering in the heat, haze against the backdrop of the Judean desert, were the walls of Jerusalem. The chroniclers describe a scene of overwhelming emotion. Hardened killers, weeping like children, kissing the dusty earth and tearing their clothes. They had walked 3,000 miles, buried their friends in shallow graves across 2 continents, and starved in the mud, all for this single view. To them, the city did not look like a military objective. It looked like the gates of heaven itself. But as the tears dried and the tactical minds of Godfrey, Raymond, and Tancred took over, the heavenly vision was replaced by a brutal earthly reality. Jerusalem was one of the most heavily fortified cities in the world, and the Crusaders were utterly ill-equipped to take it. The city was now held not by the Turks they had fought in Anatolia, but by the Fatimids of Egypt, who had retaken it just a year prior. The Fatimid governor, Iftikhar ad-Dawla, was a competent and ruthless commander. He had watched the Frankish advance and prepared accordingly. He had expelled all Christians from the city to prevent internal betrayal, learning the lesson of Antioch, and most devastatingly, he had poisoned or filled in every well outside the walls. The Crusaders arrived in the height of a Judean summer to find a land of dust and stone. There was no water, there was no wood to build siege engines. The nearest forest was miles away in Samaria. The siege began not with a bang, but with a gasp. Within days, the army was tortured by thirst. Soldiers were forced to travel 6 miles to the pool of Siloam, risking ambush to bring back water that was often muddy and leech-filled. The animals began to die again. The ghosts of Antioch were becoming skeletons. The heat was a physical enemy, baking the men inside their mail until they were delirious. Without siege towers or mangonels, the first desperate assault on June 13th was a failure, a bloody repulse that showed them that faith alone would not breach these walls. They needed timber. Salvation came from the sea. A squadron of Genoese and English ships arrived at the port of Jaffa, carrying not only supplies, but the ships themselves. In a supreme act of commitment, the sailors dismantled their own vessels, stripping the planks and masts to provide the wood for the siege engines. Under the scorching sun, the Crusaders dragged these heavy timbers from the coast up to the Holy City, a labour of Herculean effort. With wood in hand, the hammers began to ring. 2 massive siege towers were constructed, rolling castles of oak and hide, designed to deliver knights onto the ramparts. But morale was still brittle. The camp was rife with sin and despair. To cleanse the army for the final test, the clergy ordered a fast and a procession. On July 8th, the entire army, lords, knights, and servants, walked barefoot around the walls of Jerusalem. They marched to the Mount of Olives, praying and singing while the Fatimid garrison gathered on the ramparts to mock them, spitting on crosses and shouting insults. It was a surreal moment of psychological theatre, the ragged barefoot penitents below and the confident jeering defenders above, separated by stone and destiny. It was the calm before the apocalypse. The final assault began on the night of July 13th. Raymond of Toulouse attacked from the south against Mount Zion, while Godfrey and Tancred attacked from the north. For 2 days, the air was filled with the roar of battle, the crash of stones from mangonels, the hiss of Greek fire thrown by the defenders, which burned the Crusader towers, and the relentless thud of battering rams. The fighting was desperate. On the southern wall, Raymond's men struggled to bridge the ditch, but were held back by fierce resistance. On the north, Godfrey of Bouillon made a tactical decision that would become legendary. Realizing his massive siege tower was facing a section of wall that had been reinforced, he ordered it to be dismantled and moved under the cover of darkness. In a feat of incredible labour, his men broke down the tower, moved it nearly a mile to the east near the Herod's Gate, and reassembled it by morning. When the sun rose on July 15th, the defenders were horrified to see the tower looming over a section of the wall they had left lightly guarded. At noon on Friday, July 15th, the hour of the Passion, the bridge of Godfrey's tower was lowered. The first man to leap onto the wall is recorded as Lethold of Tournai, followed closely by Godfrey himself. The defence shattered. The Crusaders poured into the city like a river bursting a dam. The northern wall was breached. Simultaneously, on the south, the defenders, hearing that the city had fallen, abandoned their posts and fled to the citadel. What followed is one of the darkest and most debated chapters in human history. The sack of Jerusalem was not merely a military occupation. It was a release of 3 years of accumulated trauma, fanaticism and bloodlust. The Crusaders fanned out through the narrow winding streets, killing almost everyone they encountered. The chroniclers, both Christian and Muslim, describe scenes of horror that defy comprehension. They speak of horses wading in blood up to their knees, a likely exaggeration that nonetheless captures the sheer scale of the carnage. In the Al-Aqsa Mosque, known to the Crusaders as the Temple of Solomon, thousands of Muslims had taken refuge. Tancred, in a moment of surprising chivalry, or perhaps greed for ransom, offered them his protection, giving them his banner to fly. But the bloodlust of the main army could not be controlled. The mob ignored Tancred's banner and slaughtered the refugees inside the mosque. Men, women, and children were put to the sword. The Jewish population of the city, who had gathered in their synagogue for safety, were burned alive when the Crusaders set fire to the building. The city was cleansed with fire and steel. Historians still argue about the death toll. Some sources claim 70,000, while modern estimates suggest closer to 3,000 to 10,000, but the numbers matter less than the nature of the event. It was a massacre that shocked the world, a stain that would never be fully washed from the memory of the Crusades. The contradiction was total and jarring. In the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Crusaders knelt in tears of joy, singing the Te Deums and giving thanks to God, while outside the church doors, the streets were choked with the bodies of the infidel. As night fell on July 15th, the screaming slowly died away, replaced by the crackle of fires and the groans of the dying. The smell of death mingled with the scent of frankincense. The Crusaders were masters of Jerusalem. They had fulfilled their vow. They had done the impossible, marching from the forests of France to the centre of the world and taking it against all odds. but the city they had won was a graveyard. The Jerusalem the Golden of their hymns was now a city of silence and shadows. The victory was absolute, but it was hollowed out by the ferocity of its achievement. They had liberated the tomb of Christ by filling the city with fresh graves. As the knights washed the blood from their hands and looked up at the indifferent stars, the reality of their situation began to settle in. They were thousands of miles from home, surrounded by enemies who would never forget this day, holding a city they had just depopulated. The war was technically won, but the peace would be harder to survive. The First Crusade had ended in a crescendo of violence that would echo for centuries, proving that the road to heaven is often paved through the darkest parts of the human soul. Now, they had to figure out how to rule what they had conquered, and the first question was the hardest. Who would wear a crown in the city of the King of Kings? The silence that settles over Jerusalem in late July 1099 is heavier than the noise of the siege. It is the silence of a vacuum. The streets have been cleared of bodies, the stones scrubbed, and the air fumigated with heavy clouds of frankincense and myrrh, but the city feels hollow. The thousands of Crusaders who survived the journey are now wandering the holy sites like tourists in a dream, touching the rock of Golgotha, dipping their hands in the pool of Siloam, unable to fully grasp that they are actually here. But while the soldiers pray, the princes are already sharpening their knives for the political carving. The crusade was a pilgrimage, yes, but now that the destination has been reached, it must become a government. A council is called in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to answer the question that has been hanging over them since Constantinople. Who rules? The obvious choice, by age and wealth, is Raymond of Toulouse. He is the oldest, the richest, and the one who has consistently acted as the de facto leader. But Raymond, perhaps sensing the mood or attempting a sophisticated piece of reverse psychology, plays a dangerous game. When offered the crown, he refuses, stating piously that he would not wear a crown of gold in the city where Jesus Christ wore a crown of thorns. He likely expects the other princes to beg him to insist that only he is worthy. It is a classic negotiation tactic that backfires spectacularly. The other princes, tired of his arrogance and his hoarding of the Holy Lance, simply nod, say very well, and turn immediately to his rival. Godfrey of Bouillon is the compromise candidate who becomes a legend. He is a man of the north, a formidable warrior, but one who lacks the abrasive ego of Bohemond or the grumpiness of Raymond. When the council turns to him, he accepts the burden of rule, but he accepts it on his own terms. In a moment that will define the ethos of the early Crusader state, Godfrey refuses the title of king. Like Raymond, he cites the crown of thorns. But with Godfrey, the refusal feels less like a maneuver and more like genuine trembling awe. Instead, he takes the title Advocatus Sancti Sepulchri, the defender or advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. It is a title that implies service rather than dominion, a guardian standing at the door rather than a master sitting on the throne. It is a poetic solution to a theological problem, satisfying the clergy who believe Jerusalem belongs only to God, while giving the knights a military commander they can follow. Godfrey moves into the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders confuse for Solomon's temple, and begins the impossible task of turning a looted, depopulated city into a functioning capital. But the war is not quite over. The Fatimid Vizier of Egypt, Al-Afdal Shahanshah, is marching north with a massive relief army, unaware that Jerusalem has already fallen. He arrives at Ascalon, a coastal city to the south, expecting to crush a starving, besieged Frankish army. Instead, the Crusaders do something the Egyptians do not expect. They attack. On August 12th, 1099, Godfrey leads the army out of Jerusalem, marching barefoot with the true cross, a piece of wood discovered in the city, carried at the vanguard. They catch the Egyptian army completely by surprise in the orchards outside Ascalon. The Battle of Ascalon is a rout. The heavy cavalry of the Franks, even on their borrowed and weary horses, smashes the lighter Egyptian line. The vizier flees by ship, leaving his camp and his treasure to the victors. This victory is the final seal on the First Crusade. The threat from the south is broken, the Latin kingdom is secure, and then the great exodus begins. For the vast majority of the Crusaders, the vow is complete. They have prayed at the sepulchre. They have defeated the infidel. They are homesick. They miss the green forests of France, the cool rains of the Rhineland, and quite frankly, their wives. By the autumn of 1099, the ships at Jaffa are filled with returning heroes. Robert of Normandy and Robert of Flanders sail home. Thousands of knights and infantry follow them. The army that shook the earth melts away, dissolving back into the Europe from which it came. When the last ship sails, Godfrey is left with a terrifying reality. He is the ruler of a kingdom that consists of barely 300 knights and 2,000 foot soldiers, surrounded by a hostile Islamic world that stretches from Cairo to Baghdad. The Kingdom of Jerusalem is, at this moment, little more than a few cities connected by dangerous roads, a fragile island of Latin Christendom in a vast Muslim sea. Godfrey's reign is short, a brief epilogue to the great drama. He spends his year consolidating control, capturing a few coastal towns and trying to repopulate the capital. He is the perfect knight of the story, the humble guardian who asks for nothing. But reality is less romantic. He dies in July 1100, just 1 year after the conquest. Historians still argue over the cause. Some say he was poisoned by the emir of Caesarea with a piece of fruit, others that he died of typhus or simply exhaustion. His death creates an immediate crisis. The Patriarch of Jerusalem and the clergy want to turn the city into a theocracy ruled by priests, but the knights know that a kingdom of prayer will not survive a month against the Saracen armies. They need a sword, not a crozier. They send a fast message north to Edessa, to the man who has none of Godfrey's humility, but all of his blood, his brother, Baldwin. Baldwin of Boulogne is a very different creature. Where Godfrey was the pious monk warrior, Baldwin is the pragmatic empire builder. He has spent the last 2 years carving out his own county in Edessa, marrying an Armenian princess, and then effectively sidelining her and navigating the cutthroat politics of the frontier. When the message arrives, he does not hesitate. He rides south with a small retinue, fighting his way through ambushes, crossing the Dog River Pass, where inscriptions of conquerors from Ramses II to Nebuchadnezzar mark the rocks. He arrives in Jerusalem not as a pilgrim, but as a king in waiting. He brushes aside the objections of the clergy. On Christmas Day 1100, in the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, Baldwin is crowned King Baldwin of Jerusalem. He does not refuse the crown. He puts it on his head and dares anyone to take it off. The era of the advocate is over. The era of the Latin kingdom has truly begun. Baldwin understands what Godfrey did not. For this state to survive, it cannot be a monastery. It must be a shark. It must keep moving, keep eating, or it will die. He begins a relentless campaign of expansion. He realizes that the key to survival is the coast. The Crusader states cannot feed themselves or defend themselves without a lifeline to Europe, and that lifeline requires ports. One by one, the coastal cities fall to him. Arsuf, Caesarea, Acre, Beirut, Sidon. He uses a mix of brutality and diplomacy. In Caesarea, he slaughters the population to send a message. In other cities, he offers generous terms of surrender. He invites settlers from the west. offering land and tax breaks to anyone willing to live in this dangerous frontier. He encourages his knights to marry local women, Syrian Christians, Armenians, converted Muslims, to create a new generation that is of the land. He is building a nation from scratch, stitching together a feudal tapestry on foreign soil. This period, the early 12th century, is the golden age of the Crusader states, though golden is a relative term in a land of constant war. The Latins begin to adapt. They stop wearing the heavy wool and fur of Europe, which cooks them alive, and adopt the silk, cotton, and turbans of the East, often wearing a keffiyeh over their helmets to ward off the sun. They learn to eat spicy foods, to bathe regularly, a habit they pick up from the locals with great enthusiasm, much to the horror of the more conservative clergy back home, and to use local doctors. A unique culture begins to emerge in Outremer, French-speaking but Eastern-looking, a hybrid society where a knight might go to Mass in the morning and consult a Jewish physician in the afternoon, while his wife haggles for spices in Arabic. It is a colonial society, certainly, with a strict hierarchy where the Franks are at the top, but it is also a porous one where survival dictates a certain level of coexistence. King Baldwin dies in 1118, leaving the kingdom larger, stronger, and more stable than anyone could have predicted. He is buried next to his brother Godfrey in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. The inscription on his tomb calls him a second Judas Maccabeus, a comparison to the ancient Jewish warrior king that highlights just how much the Crusaders saw themselves as the spiritual successors to the biblical Israelites. The throne passes to his cousin, Baldwin II, continuing the dynasty. The Kingdom of Jerusalem is now a reality on the map, a recognised power that sends ambassadors to Cairo and Constantinople. But underneath the surface of this new state, a fundamental problem remains unsolved. They're a minority ruling a majority. They are stretched thin, holding a long, narrow strip of land that is barely 50 miles wide in places. To the east, the sleeping giant of the Islamic world is beginning to stir. The fragmentation of the Muslim powers, the very thing that allowed the First Crusade to succeed, is not a permanent condition. In the mosques of Aleppo and Damascus, preachers are beginning to ask why these Franks are allowed to remain. The first generation of conquerors is dying out, taking their fire and their fanaticism with them to the grave. The second generation is growing up in palaces, not in saddlebags. And in the desert shadows, the first seeds of the counter-crusade are being planted, watered, by the patience of men who know that time is on their side. By the third decade of the 12th century, the map of the Near East had been redrawn in blood and ink, resolving into 4 distinct shapes that clung to the eastern Mediterranean coast like barnacles on a rock. These were the Crusader states, or Outremer, the land beyond the sea. To the furthest north lay the county of Edessa, a landlocked, rugged territory straddling the Euphrates, dangerously exposed to the Muslim powers of Mosul and Aleppo. It was the shield of the Latin East, a wild frontier where Armenian Christians and Frankish lords lived in a tense militarized symbiosis. Below it sat the Principality of Antioch, ruled by the descendants of the giant Bohemond, a rich, boisterous state that controlled the Silk routes and looked as much to Byzantium as it did to Jerusalem. Further south was the county of Tripoli, a long, thin ribbon of coast founded by the stubborn Raymond of Toulouse, dominated by Italian merchants and the bustle of commerce. And finally, anchoring the south was the Kingdom of Jerusalem itself, the spiritual and political heart, stretching from the forests of Lebanon to the stark deserts of the Negev. Together, they formed a continuous chain of Christian rule, but it was a chain made of different metals, forged in different fires, and always threatening to snap at the links. Life in these states was evolving into something that would have baffled the original marches of 1095, The chronicler Fulcher of Chartres captured this transformation perfectly when he wrote, "We, who were Occidentals, have now become Orientals." The first generation of fanatical conquerors was giving way to the poulains, the colts, people born in the Holy Land who had never seen the snows of France or the grey skies of England. These new Franks did not look like their grandfathers. They wore the lighter, breathable fabrics of the East, silks and cottons, and wrapped turbans around their helmets to deflect the merciless sun. They grew beards in the Syrian style. They ate food spiced with cumin, coriander, and sugar, flavours that would have been alien luxuries in the muddy villages of Europe. They bathed often, adopting the local obsession with hygiene and public baths, a habit that shocked fresh arrivals from the West, who still considered excessive washing to be a sign of moral looseness. The sharp line between us and them was blurring in the marketplace, if not on the battlefield. This cultural blending created a society of strange contradictions. In the souks of Acre or Tyre, a Frankish knight might be found haggling with a Muslim merchant over the price of damask, while a Jewish dyer worked next door and a Greek Orthodox priest walked past. There was a fragile, pragmatic coexistence born of necessity. The memoirs of the Syrian diplomat and warrior Usama ibn Munkid offer a delightful, often humorous window into this world. He describes the Franks as possessing no sense of propriety or intelligence, yet he also speaks of Frankish friends who respected his prayer times and protected him from the rougher, newly arrived pilgrims who didn't know how to behave. He tells a famous story of a Frankish knight who, upon seeing a Muslim doctor treating a knight for an abscess with a poultice, intervenes and hacks the man's leg off with an axe to cure him. The patient predictably died, illustrating the local view that Frankish medicine was barbaric compared to the advanced science of the East. Yet Usama also admits that some Franks, those who had lived there long enough, were better than the raw recruits from Europe, civilized by the very air of the Levant. But despite the spices and the silk, the reality of Outremer was that it was a garrison state. The Franks were a tiny minority, a thin layer of cream floating on a deep sea of local populations, Muslims, Jews, Eastern Christians, who viewed them with a mix of resentment and apathy. The security problem was a nightmare. The king of Jerusalem could rarely muster more than a few hundred knights for a campaign. The feudal levies were simply not enough to defend a border that was essentially one long, open frontier. The solution to this manpower crisis came in a form that was revolutionary, paradoxical, and terrifying: the military orders. It began quietly around 1119, when a French knight named Hugh of Paynes and 8 companions approached King Baldwin II with a proposal. They would form a brotherhood dedicated not to prayer in a cloister, but to the protection of pilgrims on the dangerous road from Jaffa to Jerusalem. They took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, like monks, but their vocation was violence. The king gave them headquarters in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders believed was built on top of the ruins of Solomon's temple. Thus they became the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, the Knights Templar. At first, they were so poor that their seal depicted 2 knights riding a single horse, but their rise was meteoric. With the endorsement of the great Cistercian abbot Bernard of Clairvaux, who wrote a treatise justifying malicide, killing of evil, as distinct from homicide, the order exploded in popularity. The Templars and their counterparts, the Hospitallers, who started as a medical charity before militarizing, became the standing army of the Latin East. They were the first professional soldiers of the Middle Ages, disciplined, uniformed, and fiercely devoted. To the Muslim armies, they were the fire of God, the most feared enemies on the battlefield, because they would not break and they were forbidden to ransom themselves. If a Templar was captured, he expected only death. They built a network of massive castles that became the spine of the kingdom's defence. Castles like Crac des Chevaliers, Belvoir, and Carac were not just forts, they were administrative centres, granaries and power stations that projected force into the countryside. These stone giants, perched on strategic hilltops, allowed a handful of men to control vast swathes of territory. They were triumphs of engineering, incorporating the best of Byzantine and Arab design, concentric walls, bent entrances and massive taluses to create positions that were virtually impregnable before the age of gunpowder. Yet, the rise of the orders also introduced a new dangerous variable into the politics of the region. The Templars and the Hospitallers answered only to the Pope, not to the King of Jerusalem. They held vast tracts of land, commanded their own armies, and often pursued their own foreign policy. They could be the kingdom's saviours, but also its destabilisers, eager for war when the king might want peace, or refusing to campaign if it didn't suit their interests. Their wealth grew staggering. The Templars essentially invented modern banking, allowing a pilgrim to deposit gold in Paris and withdraw it in Jerusalem with a letter of credit. The poor knights became the bankers of Europe, a transformation that would eventually sow the seeds of their own destruction centuries later. By the 1140s, the Latin East seemed to have achieved a kind of permanence. The borders were fortified, the trade revenues were flowing, and a new generation of kings and queens was sitting on the thrones of Jerusalem and Antioch. Queen Melisende of Jerusalem, the daughter of Baldwin II, ruled as a powerful monarch in her own right, patronising the arts and rebuilding the Church of the Holy Sepulchre into the form we largely see today. The scriptoria of the kingdom produced beautiful illuminated manuscripts that blended French and Byzantine styles, the Psalter of Melisende being a crowning example. It felt to those living there as if God had ordained this state to last forever. They were the new Israelites in the new Promised Land, but this stability was an illusion, a mirage shimmering over the heat of the desert. The Crusader states were geostrategically doomed from the start. They were long and narrow, lacking strategic depth. A defeat in the field meant the enemy could be at the gates of the capital in days. And while the Franks were building castles and arguing over customs duties, the Islamic world was beginning to heal its own divisions. The era of the sleepy, squabbling city-states was ending. In the city of Mosul, a Turkish Atabeg named Zengi was rising. He was a man of the old school, brutal, energetic, and completely uninterested in coexistence. He looked at the map and saw the same thing the Franks saw, the county of Edessa, hanging out there in the north, isolated and exposed. He did not see a neighbour, he saw a loose thread, and in 1144 he reached out and pulled it. The unravelling was about to begin, and the golden afternoon of the Latin East was about to be broken by a storm that would shake Europe to its foundations and call forth kings, emperors, and a second tragic crusade. To understand the tragedy of Edessa, you must first imagine its isolation. Of all the Crusader states, the county of Edessa was the child who had wandered furthest into the woods. It sat high in the north, straddling the great Euphrates River, a land of rugged hills and ancient Armenian cities that felt a world away from the olive groves of Jerusalem. It was the first state to be founded, carved out by Baldwin, now before he became king, and it was always the most vulnerable, a Latin island in a Turkish sea, surrounded on three sides by enemies who were beginning to remember how to fight. By 1144, the rule of this perilous frontier had passed to Count Jocelyn II. Unlike his father, a warrior who had famously once held onto a collapsing wall with his bare hands to save a fortress, Jocelyn II was a man of softer edges. He was a Poulan in spirit, if not by birth, a man who enjoyed the comforts of his riverside palace at Turbasil, west of the Euphrates, far more than the drafty, dangerous citadel of Edessa itself. He felt safe. The political landscape seemed stable, locked in a stalemate of petty squabbles. He believed he had time. He was wrong. Watching him from the shadows of Mosul was Imad ad-Din Zengi, a man who did not believe in stalemates. Zengi was the Atabeg of Mosul, a title that technically meant governor, but in his case meant warlord of terrifying competence. He was known for his cruelty. Legend has it he once crucified his own troops for marching out of step, but also for his relentless focus. He had spent years consolidating power in the Muslim world, crushing rivals and building an army that was disciplined, loyal, and hungry. He looked at Jocelyn II and saw a man asleep at the wheel. In the autumn of 1144, Jocelyn made a fatal miscalculation. Lulled by a false sense of security and perhaps a bit of boredom, he left the city of Edessa with his entire army to spend the winter at his estate in Turbisol, leaving the capital defended only by a handful of knights, the local Armenian merchant militia, and the Latin Archbishop Hugh. It was the equivalent of leaving the front door of a bank vault open to go get a sandwich. Zengi, whose spies were everywhere, moved with the speed of a striking cobra. He bypassed other targets and force-marched his army straight to the walls of Edessa. When the sun rose on November 28th, the citizens looked out not to see their own count returning, but the black banners of Mosul snapping in the cold wind. The siege began, not with a negotiation, but with a stranglehold. Zengi knew that if he waited too long, relief might come from the neighbouring Principality of Antioch, but he also knew something else. Raymond of Antioch and Jocelyn II hated each other. Their rivalry was so petty and bitter that Raymond, hearing of the siege, essentially crossed his arms and decided to let Jocelyn sweat a little. It was a failure of unity that would cost Christendom an entire province. Inside the walls, the mood shifted from confusion to terror. The defence was led by Archbishop Hugh, a man of great faith but zero military experience. He tried to organise the Armenian population, who made up the bulk of the city, but they were merchants and farmers, not soldiers. They lacked the heavy weaponry to keep Zengi's engineers at bay, and it was the engineers, not the archers, who were the true threat. Zengi brought with him a corps of sappers from Khorasan, men who treated stone as a temporary inconvenience. They began to dig. Day and night, the people inside the city could hear the faint rhythmic tap-tap-tap of pickaxes beneath the earth, a sound more terrifying than any war cry. The sappers were tunnelling under the foundations of the great walls, shoring them up with wooden beams as they went. The plan was simple and ancient. Pack the tunnels with brushwood and oil, set them on fire, and let gravity do the rest. The defenders tried to countermine, to dig their own tunnels and fight the sappers underground in the pitch black, but they were outmatched. As Christmas approached, the situation became desperate. The winter air was biting cold, morale was collapsing, and the smell of smoke began to drift up from the ground. Zengi was not just breaking the walls, he was breaking their spirit. He offered no terms. He wanted to make an example. On December 23rd, the wooden props in the tunnels were ignited. The fire burned hot and fierce, eating away the support of the massive stones above. On Christmas Eve, December 24th, 1144, a day when the Christian world was preparing to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Peace, the northern section of Edessa's wall gave a groan that sounded like the earth itself tearing apart, and collapsed into a pile of rubble. The breach was open. The Mosul army poured in like a black tide. What followed was a massacre that shocked the east. The panic inside was so absolute that in the rush to escape to the upper citadel, the Archbishop Hugh was trampled to death by his own terrified flock, a grim metaphor for the collapse of the city's leadership. The citadel held out for 2 more days, but it was a hopeless last stand. When it finally fell, the slaughter was indiscriminate. The Latin men were killed, the women enslaved, and the native Christians left to mourn a city that had been the first jewel in the Crusader crown and was now a smoking ruin. Zengi, the gift of God, had delivered the first major defeat to the Franks in 50 years. He did not just take a city. He shattered the myth of Frankish invincibility. The psychological shockwave was immediate. For half a century, the Crusaders had believed that God was, by default, on their side. They had suffered setbacks, yes, but the trajectory had always been forward. Edessa changed the narrative. It proved that the tide could roll back. It proved that a united Muslim army under a competent leader could dismantle the Latin states piece by piece. Jocelyn II, arriving too late with his army, could only look at the ruins of his capital and weep, a king without a crown, realizing that his winter of comfort had cost him his legacy. The news of the fall of Edessa travelled slowly at first, carried by exhausted messengers riding through the snow-choked passes of Lebanon, but when it reached Jerusalem, it landed like a hammer blow. Queen Melisende, a ruler of sharp intelligence who understood the strategic map better than most men, realized immediately that the northern shield was gone. Antioch was now exposed. Jerusalem was next. She sent an emergency appeal to the west, but she knew that help would take months, perhaps years, to arrive. The fall of Edessa was not just a military defeat. It was a fire bell ringing in the night, waking Europe from its slumber. The message that went out was no longer one of triumph and expansion. It was a desperate cry for rescue. "The children are in danger," the letters essentially said. "Come quickly, or there will be nothing left to save." This news filtered back to Europe in the pouches of pilgrims and the official dispatches of the church, reaching the ears of a man who would become the voice of the next chapter, Bernard of Clairvaux. Bernard was a Cistercian abbot, a mystic, and arguably the most powerful man in Christendom, possessing a moral authority that eclipsed even the Pope. He was a man so intense that it was said mothers hid their sons when he came to town, lest he talk them into becoming monks. When he heard of Edessa, he did not see a political failure. He saw a spiritual crisis. God was punishing Christendom for its sins. The loss of the city was a sign that the faithful had grown lax. To Bernard, the solution was not just a military expedition, but a massive penitential movement, a second crusade that would be bigger, holier, and more royal than the first. He began to travel, preaching with a fire that ignited the nobility of France and Germany. But back in the east, the immediate aftermath belonged to Zengi. He was the hero of the hour, the king of kings in the Islamic world. Yet history has a way of delivering irony with a sharp edge. Zengi did not live long to enjoy his triumph. 2 years later, in 1146, while besieging another minor castle, he was assassinated in his sleep by a Frankish slave. Some say over a dispute about wine, others say it was a plot. He died in his bed, not on the battlefield, but the damage was done. He had shown the way. And more importantly, he left behind a son, Nur ad-Din, who possessed all of his father's military genius, but tempered it with a deep, sincere piety that Zengi lacked. Nur ad-Din would pick up the sword where his father dropped it, and he would not stop at Edessa. The fall of the city was the end of the beginning. The easy days of the early conquest were over. The long, grinding war of attrition had begun, and as the kings of Europe began to sew crosses onto their cloaks once more, they had no idea that they were marching not toward another glorious victory, but toward a humiliation that would fester for generations. The ghost of Edessa would haunt them all, a silent reminder that what can be won by the sword can just as easily be lost by the shovel. If the First Crusade was a miracle of improvisation, the Second Crusade was a tragedy of organisation. It began not with a chaotic wave of peasants, but with the full, thundering majesty of the European establishment. For the first time in history, kings, anointed monarchs, the very pillars of Christendom, took the cross. In France, King Louis VII, a man so pious, it was said he lived like a monk who just happened to wear a crown, knelt at the feet of Bernard of Clairvaux in the golden light of Vézelay. Beside him stood his wife, the formidable Eleanor of Aquitaine, the wealthiest and perhaps most intelligent woman in Europe, who scandalized the conservatives by insisting on coming along, bringing with her a retinue of noble women dressed in armor, blurring the lines between pilgrimage and pageantry. In Germany, the Holy Roman Emperor Conrad III, initially reluctant, was shamed into joining by Bernard's fiery preaching, which essentially asked him how he would explain his cowardice to Jesus on Judgment Day, a rhetorical question that tends to motivate medieval emperors quite effectively. These two massive armies, better funded, better equipped, and led by the most powerful men in the West, marched out in 1147 with the absolute certainty that they would crush the enemies of God. They were the Titanic of the 12th century, and like that doomed ship, they were steaming toward an iceberg they refused to see. The trouble began, as it always seemed to, in Constantinople. The Emperor Manuel I Komnenos, the grandson of Alexios, watched the approach of these Western monarchs with undisguised horror. Unlike his grandfather, who had needed help, Manuel was currently enjoying a stable peace with the Turks. The arrival of unruly French and German armies who looted his villages and looked at his capital with hungry eyes was a diplomatic nightmare. The Germans, in particular, were unruly. At one point, a riot broke out because a juggler in a market was accused of witchcraft, leading to a brawl that left people dead. Manuel, possessing the family talent for crisis management, ferried them across the Bosporus as fast as humanly possible, giving them guides and essentially wishing them luck with a distinct tone of good riddance. He has often been accused by Western chroniclers of betraying the crusade, of giving them false maps or tipping off the Turks, but historians today largely argue that Manuel was simply a pragmatist trying to keep two violent teenagers from wrecking his house. He wanted them gone, and he got his wish, though the direction they went was straight into the meat grinder. Conrad III, eager to grab the glory before the French arrived, marched his army deep into the Anatolian interior, following the route of the First Crusade. But the Anatolia of 1147 was not the Anatolia of 1097. The Turks had learned they did not engage the heavy German cavalry in open battle. They simply waited. At Dorylaeum, the very site where the First Crusade had won its great victory, history did not repeat itself, it inverted. The German army, starving, dehydrated, and betrayed by their guides, who may or may not have been working for the Turks, or perhaps just got lost, which is a common hazard when your map is a vague gesture towards the sunrise, was ambushed. It was a massacre. The Turks swarmed the camp. Conrad himself fought bravely, taking 2 arrows to the head, which miraculously did not kill him, so proving either the strength of his helmet or the thickness of his skull, but his army was annihilated. The Emperor of Germany limped back to Nicaea with a handful of survivors, a broken man who had lost 90% of his forces without seeing a single holy shrine. When Louis VII arrived with the French army and Queen Eleanor, he found the shattered remnants of the Germans waiting for him. The shock was profound. The two kings, now united by disaster, decided to march along the coast rather than risk the interior again. But the mountains of southern Turkey, the Cadmus Range, were unforgiving. In January 1148, as the French army stretched out in a long, vulnerable line through a mountain pass, the Turks attacked. The Battle of Mount Cadmus was a chaotic nightmare. The vanguard, led by a commander who disobeyed orders to hold the high ground, likely because he saw a nice spot for a campsite, got too far ahead. The Turks seized the heights and rained boulders and arrows down on the main body. King Louis himself was cut off. In one of the most cinematic moments of the crusade, the King of France was forced to scramble up a rock, his back against a tree, fighting off a dozen attackers with his sword, defending his life like a common soldier, while his bodyguards were butchered below. He survived only because the Turks didn't recognise him in the twilight and eventually moved on to easier plunder. Battered, humiliated, and having lost most of their horses and baggage, the remnants of the Great Crusade finally limped into Antioch. Here, the story takes a turn from tragedy to soap opera. The Prince of Antioch was Raymond of Poitiers, Queen Eleanor's uncle. He was handsome, charming, and desperate for the French army to help him attack Aleppo, the power base of Nur ad-Din. It was the strategically sound move. If they took Aleppo, they would cut the head off the snake. But Louis VII was jealous. He suspected, fueled by malicious gossip, that the relationship between Eleanor and her uncle was a little too affectionate. Whether this was true incest, or just the clash of a fun-loving southern queen with a dour northern king, is a debate that still keeps biographers awake at night. Louis, in a fit of pique, refused to help Raymond. He dragged Eleanor, essentially a prisoner, south to Jerusalem. They had come to fight for God, but they were now fighting each other. In Jerusalem, a grand council was held at Acre in June 1148. It was the greatest gathering of royalty the Holy Land had ever seen. King Louis, Emperor Conrad, who had arrived by ship, and the young King Baldwin III of Jerusalem. They had an army, they had the will, but they needed a target. Aleppo was off the table because of Louis's jealousy. Edessa was destroyed and not worth retaking. So, in a decision that remains one of the most baffling strategic blunders in military history, they chose to attack Damascus. This was madness. Damascus was the only Muslim state that was allied with Jerusalem. The emirs of Damascus, terrified of Nur ad-Din, had maintained a cold peace with the Franks for years. By attacking them, the Crusaders forced Damascus into the arms of Nur ad-Din, effectively unifying their enemies. It was like declaring war on your own buffer zone, but the kings were hungry for a prize, and Damascus was rich and close. The siege of Damascus began in late July. Initially, it went well. The Crusaders attacked through the orchards to the west of the city, a dense labyrinth of fruit trees and mud walls. They fought hard, pushing the defenders back to the city gates. The fall of Damascus seemed imminent, and then they moved. In a decision that has sparked conspiracy theories for 800 years, the Crusader command decided to move the army from the orchards on the west to the open plain on the east of the city. They claimed the walls were weaker there, but the eastern side had no water and no shade. They baked in the sun, staring at walls that were not, in fact, weaker, while their water skins ran dry. The local barons of Jerusalem, the Poulains, were accused of advising this move because they had been bribed by the Damascenes, or because they feared that if the city fell, the Western kings would take it for themselves. The distrust between the locals and the newcomers exploded. The siege collapsed in 4 days. 4 days! The greatest army ever assembled by Christendom had marched thousands of miles to sit in a field, get thirsty, and go home. When news came that Nur ad-Din was approaching with a relief army, the kings packed up and retreated in disgrace. The retreat from Damascus was the death knell of the Second Crusade. There was no glory, only finger-pointing. Conrad sailed home immediately. Louis stayed for another year, mostly to visit holy sites and sulk, before returning to France on separate ships from his wife. Their marriage, poisoned by the failures of the East, would soon be annulled, setting off a chain reaction that would eventually lead to the 100 Years' War, proving that a bad vacation really can ruin everything. The Second Crusade had achieved nothing but the destruction of the myth of Latin invincibility. It had damaged the prestige of the Pope, humiliated the kings, and most disastrously, it had done Zengi's work for him. By attacking Damascus, the Crusaders had driven it into the hands of Nur ad-Din. The Muslim world was now united from the Euphrates to the Jordan. The fiasco was complete. Europe recoiled in shock. Saint Bernard, the man who had preached the war, was devastated, writing an apology to the Pope, where he blamed the sins of the soldiers for the failure, which is a convenient way of saying the marketing was great, but the product was defective. In the east, the mood was grim. The Franks of Jerusalem looked at the retreating ships of the kings and knew they had been left worse off than before. They had shown their enemies that the West could be beaten, and they had alienated their few local allies. The high noon of the kingdom was over. The shadows were lengthening. And in the north, Nur ad-Din was smiling. He saw the weakness. He saw the disunity. He began to build madrasas and mosques, preaching a spiritual renewal, a jihad of the heart and the sword. He was preparing the way for someone greater than himself. The stage was being cleared for the arrival of a man who would be the Crusaders' ultimate nemesis, a man whose name would become synonymous with chivalry and conquest, Saladin. But before the sun could rise on Saladin, the Latin kingdom would have to endure the long, slow twilight of its own making, watching the horizon with the creeping realization that the next time the ships came from the west, it might already be too late. The dust of the Second Crusade had barely settled when the shadow of Nur ad-Din began to lengthen across the map of the Middle East, cool and precise as the hand of a sundial. If Zengi had been the hammer that cracked the Crusader armour, his son Nur ad-Din was the architect who planned to dismantle the house entirely. He was a different breed of ruler than the rough-hewn warlords of the past, tall, swarthy, and possessed of a quiet, intense piety. He did not drink wine, he wore simple wool instead of silk, and he carried a copy of the Quran containing his own notes on the concept of jihad. He understood what the Franks did not, that the war could not be won by swords alone. It had to be won in the minds of the people. He launched a massive propaganda campaign, building schools, hospitals, and mosques in every city he conquered, inscribing them with messages calling for the liberation of Jerusalem. He was rebranding the conflict, transforming it from a territorial dispute into a spiritual obligation. He was not just a king, he was a movement. While Nur ad-Din was knitting the Islamic world together with the threads of faith and justice, the Latin kingdom was unravelling at the seams. The failure of the Second Crusade had left a bitter taste in the mouths of the native Franks. They felt abandoned by Europe and suspicious of newcomers. King Baldwin III, now a young man trying to assert his authority, was locked in a power struggle with his own mother, Queen Melisende. It was a domestic drama of Shakespearean proportions, a son trying to wrestle the sceptre from a mother who had ruled effectively for years and saw no reason to retire. This internal friction paralysed the kingdom just when it needed to be most agile. Nur ad-Din watched this dysfunction with the patience of a predator. In 1149, at the Battle of Inab, he struck a devastating blow. He surrounded the army of Raymond of Antioch, Eleanor's charming uncle, and annihilated it. Raymond was killed, his skull cut off, and sent as a grisly gift to the Caliph in Baghdad, encased in a silver box. It was a message: the old lions were dying. But Nur ad-Din's greatest ambition lay not in the north, but in the south. He looked at the map and saw the strategic nightmare that kept him awake at night: Egypt. The Fatimid Caliphate in Cairo was weak, ruled by decadent viziers and child caliphs, a rotting carcass waiting for a vulture. If the Crusaders took Egypt, they would surround him, cutting off his trade and threatening Mecca. But if he took Egypt, he would clamp the kingdom of Jerusalem in a vice of iron, controlling the resources of the Nile and the manpower of Syria. The race for the Nile began. It was a surreal three-way shadow war involving spies, assassinations, and secret treaties. The Crusader king Amalric, Baldwin III's successor, launched multiple invasions of Egypt, trying to prop up the failing Fatimid regime in exchange for tribute, or to conquer it outright. It was a desperate gamble, throwing the last reserves of the kingdom into the desert sands. In this chaotic theatre, Nur ad-Din played his trump card. He sent his best general, a Kurd named Shirkuh, to intervene in Egyptian politics. And Shirkuh brought with him his nephew, a young man of 20-something, who seemed more interested in theology and falconry than in war. His name was Yusuf ibn Ayyub, but history would know him by his honorific, Salah ad-Din, the righteousness of the faith, Saladin. At this stage, he was a nobody, a junior officer standing in the shadow of his uncle, quiet and unassuming. He later claimed he hadn't even wanted to go to Egypt, describing his departure like a man being led to his death. But destiny often disguises itself as an inconvenient errand. The campaigns in Egypt were a messy, bloody affair, a pendulum swinging back and forth between the Franks and the Syrians, with the Egyptians playing both sides. But in 969 the music stopped. Shirkuh seized control of Cairo, and then promptly died of a heart attack, or perhaps overeating after a heavy meal, a common hazard for medieval generals. The stage was left empty. The Fatimid advisors looked around for a puppet, someone weak they could manipulate to keep the Syrians happy while they ran the show. They chose Saladin. They thought he was young, inexperienced, and pliable. There is no one weaker or younger, one advisor reportedly said. It was the political miscalculation of the century. Saladin did not play the puppet, he played the master. With a ruthlessness that surprised everyone, he purged the disloyal elements of the Fatimid court, reorganized the army, and consolidated his power. He was no longer just a Kurdish officer. He was the vizier of Egypt. And then, in 1171, he did the unthinkable. He abolished the Fatimid Caliphate. He ordered the Friday prayers to be read in the name of the Sunni Caliph in Baghdad, ending 2 centuries of Shia rule in Egypt without a drop of blood being spilled. It was a masterstroke of soft power. Nur ad-Din, back in Syria, was stunned. He had sent a lieutenant to secure a province, and that lieutenant had just made himself a sultan. The relationship between the two men soured instantly. Nur ad-Din began to prepare an army, not to fight the Crusaders, but to march on Egypt and bring his ambitious protege to heel. War between the Muslim leaders seemed inevitable, but then the strange luck that seemed to follow Saladin intervened again. In 1174, just as he was preparing to march, Nur ad-Din collapsed and died of a fever in Damascus. The great unifier was gone. The shadow lifted, but it revealed a new sun rising in the south. Saladin was now the most powerful man in the Muslim world, controlling the wealth of Egypt and the loyalty of a veteran army. He did not wait. He marched north, not to fight Nur ad-Din, but to claim his legacy. He entered Damascus peacefully, welcomed by crowds who saw him as the natural successor. He married Nur ad-Din's widow, cementing his claim, and began the slow, methodical work of bringing Aleppo and Mosul under his banner. He was building a ring of steel around the Crusader states, fulfilling Nur ad-Din's dream, but under his own name. For the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the death of Nur ad-Din was not a relief, it was a catastrophe. They had traded a dangerous enemy for a fatal one. King Amalric, a capable soldier who had held the line, died of dysentery just 2 months after Nur ad-Din. The throne of Jerusalem passed to his son, Baldwin IV, and here the tragedy deepens into something profoundly human. Baldwin was 13 years old. He was bright, brave, and eager to lead. But he was also hiding a terrible secret. As a child, playing with other noble boys, His tutor, William of Tyre, had noticed that when the other children pinched each other, Baldwin felt no pain in his right arm. It was the first silent mark of the disease that would define his life and his reign. Leprosy. The young king, the last hope of Christian Outremer, was rotting alive. The stage was set for one of history's most dramatic confrontations, the Leper King, a boy fighting a battle against his own body, standing alone against Saladin, the greatest warrior of the age. The coronation of Baldwin IV in 1174 was a ceremony wrapped in a shroud of silent collective denial. As the 13-year-old boy knelt in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to receive the crown of Jerusalem, the heavy scent of incense could not mask the anxiety that hung over the congregation like a storm cloud. They all knew. The whispers had started in the nursery, fueled by the observation of his tutor, William of Tyre, who had watched with growing horror as the young prince played games of endurance with his friends, laughing while they dug their fingernails into his arm because he could feel no pain. It was the mark of the leper. In the medieval mind, leprosy was not just a disease, it was a curse, a visible sign of God's displeasure. A living purgatory that usually resulted in the victim being cast out of society, wrung out of the world with a bell and a funeral mass while they were still breathing. Yet, the kingdom of Jerusalem was in such desperate straits that the High Court had no choice. They needed a king, even a dying one. And so, they placed the gold upon a head that was already condemned, hoping against hope that the diagnosis was wrong, or that a miracle would intervene. But there was no miracle for Baldwin's body, only for his spirit. As the disease progressed, eating away at his extremities and blinding his eyes, the boy king displayed a will of iron that shamed the healthy men around him. He refused to hide. He refused to abdicate. He learned to ride a horse, using only his knees when his hands could no longer hold the reins. He ruled not from a sickbed, but from the saddle. There is a heartbreaking nobility to Baldwin's reign, a defiance that feels almost mythical. He was a young man who knew his clock was ticking faster than anyone else's, who knew he would never marry, never have children, never leave a legacy of blood. His entire life was a holding action, a desperate attempt to keep the kingdom intact for one more day, one more month, before the darkness took him. Opposite him stood Saladin, now the Sultan of Egypt and Syria, a man in the prime of his life, healthy, wealthy, and surrounded by sons. Saladin looked at the Crusader kingdom and saw a fruit ripe for the plucking. He knew the king was an invalid. He assumed the Franks were leaderless and paralysed by the factions squabbling over the succession. In the autumn of 1177, Saladin decided to test this theory. He launched a massive invasion from Egypt, marching north toward the coastal city of Ascalon with an army of 26,000 men, including his elite Mamluk bodyguards. It was a force designed not just to raid, but to conquer. Baldwin, hearing of the invasion, did not cower in Jerusalem. He summoned what few knights he could, barely 500, along with a few thousand infantry, and rode out to meet the threat. It was a suicide mission on paper. When he reached Ascalon, Saladin simply bypassed him, leaving a small force to blockade the king in the city, while the main Muslim army marched leisurely toward Jerusalem, spreading out to pillage the countryside. Saladin was so confident, so utterly sure of his superiority, that he allowed his army to lose its formation. They moved like a slow river, baggage trains lagging, soldiers stopping to loot villages, thinking the war was already won. They believed the Leper King was trapped behind them, rotting in his castle. They were wrong. Baldwin broke out of Ascalon. In a feat of logistical brilliance and sheer desperation, he led his small force on a forced march up the coast, moving faster than anyone thought possible, aiming to intercept Saladin before he reached the holy city. On November 25th, 1177, near the hill of Montgisard, the two armies collided. The scene is one of the most cinematic in the history of the Crusades. The Muslim army was caught completely by surprise, strung out in a long column, crossing a ravine. Suddenly, out of the afternoon haze, the Christian knights appeared on the ridge. Baldwin, unable to dismount or kneel, ordered the true cross to be raised. The Bishop of Bethlehem held the relic aloft. The teenage king, bandaged and frail, looked at his terrified men. He fell from his horse, or perhaps was helped down, and prostrated himself face first in the dust before the cross, weeping and praying for victory. When he rose, the chroniclers say a strange calm settled over him. He signalled the charge. The 500 knights of Jerusalem, led by the king and the fierce Templars, slammed into the confused mass of Saladin's army like a thunderbolt. The Battle of Montgisard was not a fight. It was a shock to the system of the entire Middle East. The sheer fury of the Frankish charge shattered the Muslim lines. Saladin's army, caught unprepared and unable to maneuver, panicked. The Mamluk Guard fought bravely to save their master, but they were overwhelmed. Saladin himself, the great conqueror, barely escaped with his life. He was forced to flee on a racing camel, abandoning his baggage, his treasure, and his army, riding wildly into the desert night with only a handful of guards. It was a humiliation he would never forget. The invalid boy had beaten the greatest warrior of Islam. The Crusaders returned to Jerusalem in triumph, the bells of the Holy Sepulchre ringing out across the Judean hills. For a moment, it seemed that the miracle had happened. The kingdom was saved. God was still watching over Outremer. But the victory at Montgisard was a deceptive sunset, a brilliant flare of light before the true dark. It bought the kingdom time, but it could not buy Baldwin health. The exertion of the campaign accelerated his disease. He began to lose the use of his limbs entirely. His sight failed. He became a prisoner in his own palace, a living corpse, as the chroniclers grimly noted, surrounded by vultures waiting for him to die. The tragedy of Baldwin's final years was not the leprosy, but the loneliness. He had to watch as his court descended into a viper's nest of intrigue. His sister, Sibylla, was the heir, and the questions of who she would marry became the most dangerous game in the kingdom. The barons split into factions. The doves, native barons who wanted peace and stability, and the hawks, newcomers, like the reckless Reynald of Châtillon and the Templar Grand Master Gérard de Riedfort, who wanted war at any cost. Baldwin, his voice turning into a whisper as his throat collapsed, tried to balance them, but he was losing his grip. He made a fatal error in allowing Sibylla to marry Guy of Lusignan, a handsome but vacuous French knight with more hair than brains. Baldwin eventually realized his mistake and tried to annul the marriage, even trying to crown his 5-year-old nephew as co-king to bypass Guy, but the webs of politics were too thick, and in the background Saladin was rebuilding. He learned the lesson of Montgisard well: never underestimate the Franks, and never fight them when they are desperate. He spent the next years patiently gathering his strength, uniting Syria and Mesopotamia, isolating the Crusader kingdom completely. He waited for the leper king to die. He knew that Baldwin was the only thing holding the Latin state together. The king was the keystone, worn and crumbling, yes, but still locking the arch in place. Once he was gone, the structure would fall. Baldwin the Fifth died in 1185 at the age of 24. He had reigned for 11 agonizing, heroic years. He was buried in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre near his ancestors. There is a profound sadness to his end. He had given everything, his comfort, his dignity, his very flesh, to hold the line, yet he died, knowing that he was leaving his kingdom to fools and gamblers. as the stone lid was slid over his tomb, the last restraint on the madness of the High Court was removed. The era of the leper king was over. The era of the leper kingdom, morally rotting from within, had begun. And out in the desert, Reynold of Chatillon was sharpening his sword, preparing to break the truce and unleash a storm that no miracle could turn back. With the death of the leper king, the kingdom of Jerusalem did not just lose a ruler, it lost its conscience. The years that followed 1185 were a masterclass in political suicide, a grim theatre where the actors seemed determined to burn down the stage while still standing on it. The crown initially passed to Baldwin IV's nephew, the child king Baldwin Filmed, a sickly boy of 8 who was little more than a pawn in the hands of the towering, ambitious Raymond of Tripoli. But tragedy, having found a home in the royal palace, refused to leave. Within a year, the boy king was dead, likely of the same congenital weakness that plagued his family. The throne was empty again. What followed was a coup d'etat that would have made a Roman emperor blush. In a lockdown Jerusalem, amidst the wailing of the funeral procession, Sibylla, Baldwin V's sister, was crowned queen. But the real scandal was her consort. Despite the desperate warnings of the barons who knew his incompetence, she crowned her husband, Guy of Lusignan, as king. It is said that when Guy's own brother back in France heard the news, he quipped, "If Guy is a king, I should be a god." It was a line that history would record as funny only because it was so terrifyingly accurate. While Jerusalem consumed itself with court intrigue, Reynold of Chatillon was busy starting a world war. Reynold is the perfect villain of the Crusades, a man so recklessly violent and unprincipled that even Christian chroniclers struggle to defend him. He was the lord of Outre-Jourdain, ruling from the massive fortress of Kerak that floated like a stone ship above the desert trade routes east of the Dead Sea. Reynold did not care for truces, diplomacy, or the survival of the kingdom. He cared for plunder. He looked at the peace treaty signed with Saladin not as a binding law, but as an annoying pause in his income stream. From his eagle's nest, he watched the rich caravans of gold, spice, and pilgrims moving between Damascus and Cairo, and his greed overwhelmed his sanity. In the winter of 1186, Reynold broke the truce in the most spectacular way possible. He descended on a massive caravan. Some legends say it carried Saladin's own sister, though historians debate this as a later dramatic embellishment, and slaughtered the armed guards, dragging the merchants and their goods back to the dungeons of Kerak. When the prisoners reminded him of the truce, Reynold reportedly sneered, "Ask your Muhammad to deliver you." It was a blasphemy that travelled faster than the wind across the desert. When the news reached Saladin in Damascus, the Sultan, usually a man of cool, calculated temper, went white with rage. He did not call a council, he made a vow. He swore by God that if he ever caught Reynold, he would kill him with his own hand. The raid was the spark, but Reynold's earlier provocations, launching pirate ships into the Red Sea to threaten the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, had already laid the gunpowder. Saladin now had the casus belli he needed to unite the Islamic world for the final push. Saladin's call to arms in 1187 was total. He emptied the garrisons of Egypt, Syria, and Mesopotamia. He wrote to the Caliph, to the emirs, to the tribes of the desert. This was not a border raid, it was the jihad that Nur ad-Din had preached, but never lived to see. The army that gathered at Damascus was a sea of steel, numbering some 30,000 men, including 12,000 heavy cavalry. It was a force designed to crush the Latin kingdom in a single season. Saladin moved south, crossing the Jordan River and laying siege to the town of Tiberias, a calculated move designed to bait the Crusaders into leaving their fortified water sources and marching into the heat of the Galilean summer. He was setting a trap, and he was counting on the stupidity of King Guy to walk right into it. In the Crusader camp at Safaria, the air was thick with heat and argument. The army of the kingdom had gathered, the largest host ever assembled by the Franks, nearly 20,000 strong. Every able-bodied man had been called up. The garrisons of the castles were stripped bare. The true cross was brought forth from Jerusalem, but the leadership was paralyzed. Raymond of Tripoli, whose own wife was trapped in the besieged citadel of Tiberias, urged caution. Let Tiberias fall, he argued, with a cold rationality that stunned the hotheads. He knew Saladin's trap. He knew that marching across the arid plateau in July would mean fighting the sun before fighting the Saracens. If we lose this army, Raymond warned, we lose the kingdom. But Raymond had enemies. The Grand Master of the Templars, Gerard de Ridefort, a man who combined personal bravery with catastrophic strategic blindness, whispered in King Guy's ear. He called Raymond a traitor, a coward, a friend of Muslims. He played on Guy's insecurity. Guy, a weak king who knew he owed his crown to his wife and was despised by half his barons, felt he had to prove his strength. In the middle of the night, swayed by Gerard's taunts, Guy made the decision that would doom them all. He ordered the army to march at dawn. They would go to Tiberias. They would cross the waterless plain. The march began on July 3rd, 1187. It was a Friday. The distance to Tiberias was only about 15 miles, a day's walk, but the terrain was a furnace. As the sun rose, the heat became a physical weight. The Crusaders, encased in heavy chainmail and padded gambesons, began to sweat their lives away. Saladin's light cavalry swarmed around them, not engaging in close combat, but firing arrows and, more cruelly, setting fire to the dry grass and scrub upwind. The smoke choked the Franks, burning their eyes and throats, adding a hellish, claustrophobic layer to the misery. They were walking into an oven. By noon, the water was gone. Men began to drop, their tongues swollen, their minds unraveling. They were surrounded by enemies who had plenty of water and were taunting them with it, pouring it out on the ground inside of the dying columns. They never made it to the water of the Sea of Galilee. By the evening of July 3rd, the exhausted, dehydrated army was forced to camp on a twin-peaked hill known as the Horns of Hattin. It was a volcanic formation that offered a defensive position, but no water. They were trapped. Below them, Saladin's army surrounded the hill like a tightening noose. The sounds of the Muslim camp, the chanting of prayers, the beating of drums, the songs of victory drifted up to the silent, terrified Crusaders. They spent the night in misery, listening to their own horses dying of thirst, knowing that when the sun rose, the end would come. The Battle of Hattin, fought on July 4th, 1187, was less a battle than an execution. At dawn, Saladin attacked. The Crusaders, maddened by thirst, fought with the frenzy of trapped animals. The infantry, desperate for water, broke formation and tried to run toward the lake, only to be cut down or captured. The knights on the hill were isolated. They launched charge after charge, driven by the courage of the doomed. King Guy and the True Cross were at the centre, the red tent of the king serving as the final rallying point. The Bishop of Acre, carrying the cross, was killed, and the sacred relic, the wood that had supposedly borne the saviour of the world, was seized by Muslim soldiers. The shock of seeing the cross fall broke the heart of the army. Raymond of Tripoli, seeing the battle was lost, led a final charge that broke through the enemy lines and escaped, riding away in shame to die of pleurisy and a broken heart months later. But for the rest, there was no escape. The red tent collapsed. King Guy, Reynold of Châtillon, and the flower of the Frankish nobility were taken prisoner. The fighting stopped. The dust settled over a field of carnage. The Kingdom of Jerusalem had effectively ceased to exist as a military power. Its army was dead or in chains. Its king was a captive. Its castles were empty. Saladin sat in his tent, the victor of the age. he ordered the captives brought before him. King Guy, trembling with thirst and fear, was offered a cup of iced water, a gesture of hospitality that, in Arab custom, meant his life would be spared. Guy drank, and then passed the cup to Reynald of Châtillon. Saladin's face hardened. "I did not give this man permission to drink," he said coldly. The implication was clear. The protection of hospitality did not extend to the oath-breaker. Saladin stood up, drew his scimitar, and in a moment that fulfilled his vow, struck Reynald down. The guards finished the job, dragging the body away. King Guy, watching this, fell to his knees, expecting to be next. But Saladin, ever the complex figure of chivalry and steel, helped the king up. "A king does not kill a king," he said gently. "But that man, he went too far." The aftermath of Hattin was a systematic dismantling of the Crusader presence. The Templars and Hospitallers who had survived the battle were not ransomed. They were considered too dangerous. 2 days later, Saladin ordered their execution. Hundreds of knights were beheaded by Sufi ascetics in the army who volunteered for the task, a gruesome ritual of purification. The secular lords were sent to Damascus as prisoners. The common soldiers were sold into slavery in markets so flooded with human chattel that it was said one could trade a Crusader for a pair of sandals. But Saladin did not linger to celebrate. He knew the clock was ticking. He rode immediately for the coast. He had cut the head off the snake. Now he had to skin it, one by one. The cities of the kingdom, Acre, Nablus, Jaffa, Sidon, Beirut, opened their gates to him, often without a fight. They had no defenders left. By September, Saladin turned his eyes inland. He rode up the winding road to the holy city. The prize was waiting. Jerusalem, stripping of its defenders, filled with refugees, and led by a single knight, Balian of Ibelin, prepared to face the judgment of God. The defense of Jerusalem in September 1187 fell not to a king nor to a master of the temple, but to a nobleman who had ridden into the city merely to say goodbye. Balian of Ibelin was a survivor of Hattin, having escaped the carnage with the rearguard, and he had come to Jerusalem with a single, humble purpose, to retrieve his wife, Queen Maria Comnena, and their children, and take them to safety on the coast. He had even asked Saladin for safe conduct to enter the city for one night, promising not to take up arms. Saladin, respecting Balian as a peer and a man of honour, had agreed. But when Balian rode through the Jaffa gate, he found a city in the grip of a hysterical panic. The streets were choked with refugees from the countryside. The patriarch Heraclius and Queen Sibylla, bereft of her husband and arguably bereft of ideas, practically fell at Balian's feet. They begged him to stay. They absolved him of his oath to the Sultan, arguing that his duty to Christendom outweighed his promise to a Muslim. It was a terrible moral bind. Balian chose the city. And in a twist that defines the chivalry of the age, when he wrote to Saladin apologizing for breaking his word, the Sultan didn't send an assassin. He sent an escort to carry Balian's wife and children to safety in Tyre, acknowledging that a knight's first duty was to his people. Balian was now the commander of a city without soldiers. Jerusalem was filled with women, children, priests and merchants, but almost no knights. In a scene of desperate improvisation, Balian gathered the teenage sons of the nobility and the merchant class, boys who had never held a sword in anger, and knighted 60 of them in a single ceremony in front of the Holy Sepulchre. It was a knighting of the bourgeoisie, a levelling of the social order born of necessity. He stripped the silver from the roof of the Holy Sepulchre to mint coins to pay the garrison. He turned a city of prayer into a fortress of defiance. But when Saladin's army arrived on September 20th, the reality of the numbers was crushing. The Muslim host surrounded the walls, a sea of tents and banners that stretched to the horizon. They began to mine the northern wall near the Damascus Gate, the same weak point Godfrey had exploited 88 years earlier. The symmetry of history was closing in. For 12 days, the siege raged. The chroniclers describe a cacophony of fear, the incessant beating of Muslim drums, the crash of mangonel stones smashing into the houses, and the wailing of penitents who walked the streets in procession, cutting their hair and scourging themselves, hoping to bribe God with their suffering. But the mining continued. On September 29th, a section of the wall collapsed. The breach was filled by the desperate defenders, fighting with spears, rocks, and fire, but Balian knew the end was days, perhaps hours away. The city could not be held. The only choice left was how it would fall, by treaty or by the sword. Balian rode out to meet Saladin. The negotiation that followed is one of the most famous dialogues in medieval history. Saladin was initially hard. He remembered 1099. He remembered the blood of his ancestors running in the streets. "The city is mine," he reportedly told Balian. "I will take it as the Franks took it, sword in hand." He wanted justice. He wanted a cleansing, but Balian, standing alone in the enemy camp, played his final card, a bluff of apocalyptic proportions. He told the Sultan that if he did not offer terms of safe passage, the defenders would not surrender. Instead, they would kill every Muslim prisoner in the city. Thousands of them. They would kill their own wives and children to spare them from slavery. They would burn the city to the ground, destroy the Dome of the Rock, smash the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and leave Saladin nothing but a pile of blackened stones and a legacy of ash. "We will die," Balian said, "but we will take your triumph with us." Saladin looked at the man. He saw the desperation in his eyes, but he also saw the resolve. The Sultan was a warrior, yes, but he was also a politician and a man who genuinely feared God. He did not want to be the ruler who presided over the destruction of the third holiest site in Islam. He consulted his council. The mood shifted from vengeance to mercy. A deal was struck. The city would surrender. The inhabitants could ransom themselves. 10 dinars for a man, 5 for a woman, 1 for a child. Those who could not pay would be enslaved. It was a harsh bargain for the poor, but it was not a massacre. On October 2nd, 1187, the anniversary of the Prophet Muhammad's night journey to heaven from Jerusalem, the gates opened. There was no slaughter, there was no looting. Saladin posted guards to ensure the Franks were not molested as they left. The contrast with 1099 was deliberate and stark. The Sultan wanted the world to see the moral superiority of Islam. Yet, the tragedy of the ransom became apparent immediately. The wealthy, including the patriarch Heraclius, left with wagons groaning under the weight of their golden carpets, paying their 10 dinars, and ignoring the pleas of the poor who could not afford their freedom. It is said that Saladin watched this display of selfishness with disgust. In a moment of supreme grace, Saladin's brother, Al-Adil, asked the Sultan for a gift, 1,000 slaves. Saladin agreed. Al-Adil immediately freed them. Seeing this, Balian asked for the same, and was granted 700. Finally, Saladin declared, "My brother has given his arms, the patriarch has given his, and Balian has given his. Now God must give his." He ordered the gates opened for thousands of the poor who had no money, declaring them free for the sake of Allah. It was a gesture that cemented his legend in the West as the virtuous pagan, a man more Christian than the Christians. As the columns of refugees streamed out toward the coast, looking back one last time at the Towers of David, the city began its transformation. The cross on the Dome of the Rock, which the Crusaders had turned into a church, was climbed by Muslim soldiers. They tied ropes to it. Below, the army and the returning inhabitants watched in hushed silence. With a great heave, the gold cross was toppled, crashing to the paving stones. A shout of Allahu Akbar rose from the city, echoing off the Mount of Olives. The churches were purified with rose water. The Al-Aqsa Mosque was restored. After 88 years of Latin rule, Jerusalem was Muslim once again. The Kingdom of Jerusalem had lost its capital, its heart, and its reason for existing. It was now a kingdom in name only, clinging to a few coastal cities like a shipwrecked survivor clinging to a plank. But the story did not end with the fall of the city. The news of Jerusalem's loss struck Europe like a physical blow. Pope Urban III is said to have died of a heart attack upon hearing the news. His successor, Gregory VIII, issued a bull, Addita Tremendi, calling for a new crusade, declaring that the loss of the city was punishment for the sins of Europe. The shock was enough to end wars between France and England. The kings of the West, the heavyweights, began to move. This would not be a crusade of second-tier princes or disorganized bishops. This would be the Crusade of Kings. Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, Philip Augustus of France, and the young lion-hearted King of England, Richard, took the cross. They were bringing the full might of feudal Europe to the shores of Palestine. Saladin had won the great victory, but he had also poked the hornet's nest. The response would be a clash of titans, a duel between Richard and Saladin that would become the stuff of legend, defining the memory of the Crusades forever. The war was far from over. The main event was just about to begin. The news of the fall of Jerusalem travels west not like a messenger, but like a plague wind, withering the joy of Christendom wherever it touches. It arrives in Italy first, carried by ships with black sails, or so the legends say. When the reports reached the ears of Pope Urban III in Ferrara, reports of the cross toppled, the sepulchre in infidel hands, the kingdom decapitated. The shock is so profound that the pontiff reportedly collapses and dies on the spot. Historians still argue whether it was truly a heart attack caused by grief or simply the frail health of an old man, but the timing creates a narrative that Europe cannot ignore. The disaster is so great, it has killed the Vicar of Christ. The West does not react with the chaotic fervour of the First Crusade, with its peasant mobs and goose-worshipping fanatics. This time, the reaction is grim, professional, and royal. The new Pope, Gregory VIII, issues the bull Addita Tremendi, hearing the terrible news, which reframes the loss of Jerusalem not as a military defeat, but as a divine judgment upon the sins of every Christian in Europe. The logic is brutal and effective. You sinned, so God gave his city to Saladin. To win it back, you must bleed. And so, the Third Crusade begins. Not with a shout, but with a tax. This is the Saladin tithe, arguably the first true income tax in European history, a levy of 10% on movable goods and revenues demanded from everyone, clergy and laymen alike, to fund the rescue of the Holy Land. It is a moment where the spiritual urgency of the crusade collides with the growing administrative power of the state. Those who pay are promised absolution. Those who refuse are threatened with excommunication and social ruin. The coins pour into the chests of the kings, transforming the pious anger of the people into fleets, swords, and supply trains. And the men who step forward to lead this expedition are not the landless younger sons of 1095. They are the titans of the age, the three kings who dominate the political map of the West. First, there is Frederick the Ferdinand, known as Barbarossa, Red Beard. He is the Holy Roman Emperor, a man in his late 60s, a veteran of the Second Crusade who has spent his life fighting popes and Italian city-states to restore the glory of Rome. He is the Iron Old Man of Europe, possessed of a terrifying energy and an army that dwarfs all others. When he takes the cross at the Diet of Jesus Christ in Mainz, the German nobility follows him almost to a man. He leads a force of perhaps 100,000 strong, a number that medieval chroniclers likely exaggerated, but even modern estimates suggest it was the largest single crusading army ever assembled. Barbarossa does not trust the sea, he trusts his feet and his steel. He plans to march overland through the Balkans and the treacherous Byzantine Empire, retracing the steps of the First Crusade, but with a discipline that Godfrey of Bouillon could only have dreamed of. He is the sledgehammer of the operation, moving with the slow, crushing inevitability of a glacier. Then there are the rivals, Philip II of France and Richard of England. Their relationship is the psychological engine of the Third Crusade. Philip, known as Augustus, is a young man of 23, physically unimposing, blinded in one eye, anxious and calculating. He is a king of files and treaties, a man who wins wars by outliving and outthinking his enemies. Richard, by contrast, is a figure carved from pure romance. He is tall, handsome, blonde, and possessed of a physical courage that borders on the pathological. He is a poet who writes songs in the Languedoc, a warrior who fights in the front rank, and a commander of genius. He is not yet King of England when the news arrives. He is the Duke of Aquitaine, the favourite son of the formidable Eleanor. He takes the cross immediately, without waiting for his father, Henry II. In fact, Richard is so eager to go that he practically forces his father into an early grave, warring against him until Henry dies, bitter and defeated, at Chinon. When Richard is crowned King of England in 1189, the treasury is thrown open. Richard cares nothing for administration, he cares only for the crusade. He famously puts the entire kingdom up for sale, declaring, "I would sell London itself if I could find a buyer." He sells sheriffdoms, castles and rights. He empties the coffers his father spent a lifetime filling. He is stripping England to the bone to clothe himself in glory. The dynamic between Richard and Philip is fascinatingly complex. They are allies by necessity, but enemies by nature. There is a myth versus reality tension here that historians love to dissect. The chroniclers tell us they ate from the same plate and slept in the same bed in a display of unity. But in the medieval world, these were public diplomatic gestures, not necessarily signs of intimacy. In reality, they watched each other like scorpions in a bottle. Richard holds vast lands in France, Normandy, Aquitaine, Anjou, making him technically Philip's vassal. Yet he is far richer and more powerful than his lord. Philip hates him for his arrogance. Richard despises Philip for his caution. They agree to depart together, not out of friendship, but because neither trusts the other to stay behind and steal their lands. As 1190 dawns, the sheer scale of the mobilization changes the economy of the Mediterranean. The forests of England and France are felled to build ships. The Genoese and Pisan fleets are hired to transport the armies, signalling a shift in crusading warfare. The era of the long walk is over. The era of the naval transport has begun. Richard's fleet is a floating city, complete with siege engines, vast stores of bacon and beans, and a code of maritime law that prescribes brutal punishments for disorder. A thief is to be tarred and feathered, a murderer tied to the corpse of his victim and thrown overboard. The organisation is meticulous. Richard is not just a knight-errant, he is a master of logistics. But while the French and English fleets gather at Messina in Sicily to winter and bicker, spending months arguing over dowries and island politics, Frederick Barbarossa is already in the field. The German emperor is smashing his way through the Balkans. When the Byzantine Emperor Isaac II Angelos tries to impede him, perhaps in league with Saladin, Barbarossa brushes the obstruction aside with terrifying ease, threatening to sack Constantinople itself if he is not given passage. The Greeks, terrified, ferry him across. The German army enters Anatolia in the spring of 1190. They are a machine. They crush the Turks at the Battle of Philomelion. They capture the Sultan's capital at Iconium. Saladin, down in Syria, watches the reports with growing dread. He knows that if Barbarossa reaches the Holy Land with his army intact, the jihad is over. The German host is too big, too disciplined. Saladin sends desperate messages to his emirs, calling for every able-bodied man. He is preparing for the fight of his life against the Redbeard, but history turns on the smallest of things. It is not a sword that stops the emperor, but cold water. The Third Crusade is a story of almost, and the first tragedy strikes in June 1190. The great German army is marching through the heat of Cilicia. They reach the Salif River. The water is fast, cold, and inviting. Whether Barbarossa falls from his horse while crossing, or decides to swim to cool off, or suffers a heart attack from the thermal shock, remains a debate for the ages. But the result is the same. The Holy Roman Emperor, the terror of the East, sinks beneath the surface and drowns. He is pulled out a corpse. The effect on his army is catastrophic. It is as if the head has been cut off a giant. Without his will to drive them, the German host dissolves. Thousands desert, others die of disease. Only a small demoralized rump force, carrying the emperor's body preserved in vinegar, a gruesome detail that horrified observers, limps on to Antioch. Saladin, hearing the news, must have believed that Allah himself had intervened. The greatest threat has evaporated. Now the stage is cleared for the younger men. Richard and Philip finally set sail from Sicily, but they are already late. In the Holy Land, the remnants of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the few barons who weren't captured or killed at Hattin, have done something incredibly brave and incredibly foolish. Led by King Guy, who was released by Saladin in a rare tactical error, they have marched to the city of Acre, the most important port on the coast, and laid siege to it. But Saladin has followed them and laid siege to the besiegers. It is a double siege, the Crusaders surrounding the city, Saladin surrounding the Crusaders. It is a meat grinder, a stalemate of trenches, disease, and rotting bodies that has dragged on for nearly 2 years. The arrival of the kings is the only thing that can break the deadlock. As the sails of Richard's fleet appear on the horizon, cutting through the summer haze of 1191, the soldiers in the trenches look up with hollow eyes. The lion has arrived. The prelude is over. The duel for the soul of the world is about to begin. When the fleets of Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus finally cast their anchors in the Bay of Acre in the summer of 1191, they did not arrive at a battlefield so much as a vast open-air graveyard where the living and the dead were engaged in a slow, muddy dance of attrition. The siege of Acre had been grinding on for nearly 2 years, a stalemate of horrific proportions that historians often compare to the trench warfare of World War I, compacted into a few square miles of sun-baked coast. The Crusaders were besieging the city, desperate to break the walls, while Saladin's army surrounded them in a great crescent, besieging the besiegers. It was a double ring of steel, a claustrophobic trap, where disease was a far more efficient killer than the sword. The camp was a city of rot. The latrines had overflowed into the water supply months ago. The air was thick with the copper scent of blood and the sickly sweet smell of unburied corpses. Men gnawed on the leather of their saddles and paid fortunes for a single egg. Into this hellscape, the arrival of the French and English kings was like a sudden injection of pure adrenaline. The sheer noise of their landing changed the atmosphere instantly. The blowing of trumpets, the shouting of fresh soldiers, and the thud of heavy siege engines being unloaded from the hulls. Saladin, watching from the hills, is said to have felt a rare tremor of fear. He knew that the game of attrition was over, the game of power had begun, but the kings walked into a political nightmare that was even messier than the sanitation. The ghost of Frederick Barbarossa hung heavy over the camp. The remnants of his great German army had arrived months earlier, led by Duke Leopold of Austria, a man of prickly pride and limited patience. They were a shadow of the host that had marched from Europe, haggard and leaderless, carrying their emperor's pickled body in a barrel of vinegar, a grim talisman that they eventually buried in the church of St. Peter in Antioch, realizing that a dead emperor commands no armies. But the real crisis was dynastic. Just before the kings arrived, the leper kingdom's tragic succession had taken another dark turn. Queen Sibylla, the woman whose love for Guy of Lusignan had started so much trouble, had died of camp fever, taking her 2 young daughters with her. Her death severed Guy's only legal link to the throne. He was now a king consort without a queen, a widower clinging to a crown that technically no longer belonged to him. The rival claimant was Conrad of Montferrat, the hard-bitten defender of Tyre, a man who had saved the kingdom when Guy was playing captive. Conrad was capable, ruthless, and supported by the French. Guy was incompetent, charming, and supported by the English, largely because Richard's family had feudal ties to the Lusignans. So, when Richard and Philip stepped ashore, they didn't just bring swords, they brought a civil war in their luggage. Philip Augustus, ever the politician, immediately backed Conrad. Richard, ever the contrarian, backed Guy. The Siege of Acre became a bizarre proxy war, where the 2 kings tried to outdo each other in gallantry while their soldiers dug tunnels and died. Richard, suffering from arnaldia, a mysterious illness that made his hair and fingernails fall out, commanded the assault from his stretcher. He famously had himself carried to the front lines, protected by a screen of wicker shields, so he could personally fire a crossbow at the defenders on the walls. It was a display of reckless machismo that endeared him to the common soldier and infuriated the calculated Philip. The technological escalation was terrifying. The Crusaders built massive siege towers, one of which Richard named Bad Neighbour. The defenders inside Acre, commanded by the resourceful Mash Tub, countered with Greek fire, the napalm of the Middle Ages, burning the towers to ash while the armies watched. But the arrival of the Angevin and French fleets had tipped the scales. The blockade was finally tight. No food could get into the city. The garrison was starving. Saladin tried desperately to break the Crusader ring from the outside, throwing his cavalry against the trenches day after day, but the Frankish line, reinforced by English longbows and French knights, held firm. On July 12th, 1191, the signal finally came. The garrison of Acre, abandoned by hope and eating their own horses, surrendered. The fall of Acre should have been a moment of triumph, a unified celebration of Christendom. Instead, it was the moment where the fragile alliance of the Third Crusade shattered into irreparable pieces. The victory procession into the city quickly devolved into a petty squabble over flags. Duke Leopold of Austria, commanding the German contingent, had the audacity to raise his banner alongside those of Richard and Philip. Richard, seeing the flag of a mere duke flying next to that of a king, flew into a Plantagenet rage. His men tore down Leopold's banner and threw it into the muddy ditch of the moat. It was a grave insult, a slap in the face that Leopold would store in his heart, like a poisoned dagger, waiting for the day he could return it. Philip Augustus, meanwhile, had seen enough. He was ill. He was tired of Richard's arrogance, and he had secured the succession of Flanders back home. In a move that shocked the army, Philip announced he was leaving. He had done his duty. He had taken Acre. He sailed for France, leaving the bulk of his army under the command of the Duke of Burgundy, but taking his political genius with him. Richard was now the undisputed leader of the crusade. He was also the undisputed owner of a massive problem: 2,700 Muslim prisoners from the garrison of Acre. The terms of the surrender had stipulated that Saladin would pay a ransom and return the true cross in exchange for their lives, but the negotiations stalled. Saladin, perhaps playing for time or struggling to gather the gold, missed the deadline. Richard, a man who viewed war with a brutal, transactional logic, decided he could not feed 2,700 mouths, nor could he leave a hostile force behind him as he marched south. On August 20th, 1191, he ordered the prisoners marched out to the hill of Ayadir, in full view of Saladin's forward pickets. There, as the Muslim army watched in helpless horror, the English long bowmen and knights slaughtered them to a man. It was a cold-blooded atrocity that remains a dark stain on Richard's legend, a moment where the chivalry of the age revealed its jagged, bloody edge. Saladin, usually merciful, was driven to a fury. He ordered the execution of all Crusader prisoners in his camp. The war had lost its veneer of honour. It was now a blood feud. With the burden of the prisoners removed, Richard turned his eyes south. His target was Jaffa, the port that supplied Jerusalem. If he could take Jaffa, he could strike at the holy city itself. He organised the army for the march, and here Richard's genius shone. He knew Saladin's tactics, the harassment, the arrows, the heat. He organised the Crusader column into a moving fortress. The infantry marched on the outside, facing the desert, a human wall of shields and crossbows protecting the heavy cavalry inside. The fleet sailed parallel along the coast, carrying the supplies and the wounded. It was a machine of war designed to be unbreakable. As they marched down the coast road, Saladin's army shadowed them, a constant buzzing swarm of death. The arrows fell like rain, but they bounced off the thick felt jerkins of the infantry. The chroniclers described the Crusaders marching with 10 or 12 arrows sticking out of their armour, looking like angry porcupines, yet keeping step. Saladin was trying to goad Richard into a premature charge, to break the formation as he had done to Guy at Hattin. But Richard, the hothead, showed a discipline that stunned his enemies. He forbade any charge. He kept the lion on a leash, waiting for the perfect moment to bite. The road to Arsuf is paved with a tension so thick it can be tasted, a metallic tang of adrenaline and dust that coats the tongue of every man in the Latin column. It is early September 1191, and the march south from Acre has become a grueling test of discipline that defies the natural instincts of medieval warfare. For weeks the Crusader army has moved like a tortoise made of iron, its shell of infantry shielding the knights within, while Saladin's army buzzes around it like a swarm of angry wasps. The heat is suffocating, a humid blanket thrown over the coast, and the arrows never stop. They come in waves, drumming against the shields, clattering off helmets, sticking into the padded gambesons of the foot soldiers until the men look, as the chronicler Ambrose described, like birds with strange plumage. Yet the column doesn't break. Richard the Lionheart rides up and down the line, his voice cutting through the din, enforcing a command that is alien to the glory-hungry knights. Do not charge. He knows that Saladin is begging for a charge. The Sultan needs the Franks to break formation, to scatter their strength in the sand so his swift Turkish horsemen can butcher them piecemeal. Richard is denying him that pleasure, holding the leash of 20,000 men with a will of steel. But every man has a breaking point, and Saladin has chosen the forest of Arsuf to find it. On the morning of September 7th, the trap is sprung. The Crusader column is moving through a narrow strip of land, hemmed in by the wooded hills of Arsuf on the left, and the cliffs dropping to the sea on the right. It is a bottleneck. Saladin has massed his entire army here, 30,000 men hidden in the trees. At mid-morning, the woods explode. The attack does not start with a skirmish, it starts with a roar. Bedouin skirmishers, Nubian archers, and Turkish light cavalry pour down the slopes, screaming and beating drums, a cacophony designed to shatter the nerves of the Christians. The dust cloud they kick up is so dense it blots out the sun. The brunt of the assault falls on the rearguard, commanded by the Knights Hospitaller. These are the elite, the religious warriors sworn to patience and charity. But Saladin is testing their vows to the limit. The arrows fall so thickly that men are walking blindly. The Turkish cavalry rides in close, slashing at the legs of the horses, shouting insults, daring the knights to fight back. The Grand Master of the Hospitallers, Garnier de Nablus, rides to Richard, pleading for permission to charge. "Sire," he reportedly says, "we are being shamed. We are being slaughtered like cattle." Richard's face is a mask of grim determination. "Patience," he replies. "Not yet." While he is waiting for the perfect geometrical moment, the instant when Saladin's army is fully committed, pressed tight against the Crusader line, unable to retreat. He wants to crush them against the sea. But the pressure on the rearguard becomes unbearable. Horses are dying by the hundreds. The knights are boiling in their armour, their honour screaming for release. Finally, discipline snaps. It does not come from a royal order, but from a single, desperate knight, the Marshal of the Hospital, who cries out, "St. George," and spurs his horse forward. It is the spark in the powder magazine. In an instant, the entire rearguard wheels around and charges. The Frankish charge, the most terrifying weapon of the Middle Ages, is unleashed. Richard, seeing his plan unravelling, but realising the moment is now or never, reacts with the speed of a predator. He does not try to stop them. He spurs his own horse, turning a chaotic break into a synchronised assault. The infantry opens the ranks, and the heavy cavalry of the west thunders out. The impact is catastrophic for the Muslims. Saladin's light horsemen, who have crept in close to harass the slow-moving column, are caught flat-footed. They try to turn and flee, but the destination is too close. The wall of iron slams into them. The Battle of Arsuf is a slaughter. The Crusaders smash through the Muslim lines like a hammer through glass. Richard himself is everywhere, his axe rising and falling, carving a path through the melee. Saladin watches from a nearby hill, horrified, as his invincible army crumples. His bodyguards are swept away. The chroniclers describe the scene with gruesome vividness, the dust turning to mud with blood, the screams of horses, the sheer kinetic energy of the knights driving the Saracens back into the forest. It is not a battle of tactics anymore. It is a release of weeks of pent-up rage. By evening, the field belongs to the Lionheart. Saladin gathers the remnants of his shattered forces and retreats into the hills. He has lost thousands of men, but more importantly, he has lost his aura of invincibility. The ghost of Hatton has been exorcised. The Franks have met the Sultan in open battle and broken him. Richard marches into Jaffa in triumph. The port is his. The road to Jerusalem lies open. The morale of the crusade is at its zenith. The soldiers believe that by Christmas they will be praying at the Holy Sepulchre. But as the adrenaline of Arsuf fades, the cold reality of strategy begins to set in. Richard is a brilliant general, arguably better than Saladin, but he is also a realist. He looks at the map, he looks at his supply lines. He knows that taking Jerusalem is one thing, keeping it is another. The Holy City is deep in the hills, far from the coast. If he marches there, Saladin, who is beaten but not destroyed, will simply cut off his rear. The Crusaders will be trapped in the city, just as they were in 1187. Richard realizes the terrible truth. The strategic key to the Holy Land is not Jerusalem, it is Egypt. Unless the power base of the Ayyubids in Cairo is broken, Jerusalem will never be safe. But how do you tell an army of pilgrims that they aren't going to Jerusalem? How do you tell men who have sewn crosses on their chests to liberate the tomb of Christ that they should instead attack a port in the Nile Delta? You don't. And so begins the Great Hesitation. Richard fortifies Jaffa, rebuilding its walls with his own hands, hauling stones alongside the common soldiers, while Saladin adopts a scorched earth policy. The Sultan knows he cannot beat Richard in battle, so he decides to defeat him with geology. He orders the destruction of Ascalon, the next great fortress down the coast. It is a painful decision. Ascalon is the bride of Syria, a beautiful and strategic city, but Saladin would rather see it a ruin than a Crusader stronghold. His engineers dismantle the walls, stone by stone, weeping as they work. While the stones of Ascalon fall, the politics of the crusade turn toxic again. The French contingent, now led by the Duke of Burgundy, is openly hostile to Richard. They drag their feet. They refuse orders. They spend their time drinking in Jaffa's taverns and writing nasty songs about the English king. Conrad of Montferrat, up in Tyre, refuses to send help, still sulking over the crown. Richard is fighting a war on two fronts, one against Saladin and one against his own allies. And from England, dark news arrives. Richard's brother, John, is plotting to steal his throne. Philip Augustus, back in France, is eyeing Richard's lands in Normandy. The Lionheart is running out of time. He needs a victory. He needs a treaty. He needs an end. In a move that baffles the hardliners in both camps, Richard opens negotiations with Saladin. He sends envoys to the Sultan's brother, Al-Adil, a man Richard respects and calls my brother, in a strange chivalric bromance that develops across the battle lines. They exchange gifts. Richard sends falcons. Saladin sends fresh fruit and ice from Mount Hermon to cool the king's fever when he falls ill again. They propose bizarre solutions to the war. Richard suggests that his sister, Joan, should marry Saladin's brother, Al-Adil, and that the two of them should rule Jerusalem together as a Christian-Muslim power couple. The proposal is likely a diplomatic bluff, but it shows how far Richard is willing to think outside the box. The clergy are horrified. Joan is horrified. She refuses to marry a Muslim. The negotiations stall. Winter descends on the Holy Land. The rain turns the roads to mud. The army is restless. They demand to march on Jerusalem. Richard, against his better judgment, bows to the pressure. In December 1191, he orders the advance. The army moves into the hills. They reach Beit Nuba, just 12 miles from the holy city. The soldiers are ecstatic. They can almost see the walls. But the weather turns apocalyptic. Hailstorms batter the tents. The supply wagons sink in the mire, and Richard's scouts report that Saladin has poisoned the wells around Jerusalem. The king calls a council of war. He lays out the facts. If they besiege the city, they will starve and die of thirst. Saladin will descend from the hills and encircle them. It will be Hattin all over again. On January 13th, 1192, Richard gives the order to retreat. The army is heartbroken. Men weep openly. Some refuse to turn their backs on the city and walk backwards so as not to disrespect the sepulchre. Richard himself refuses to look at the city. Legend says he covers his face with his shield, crying out, "Fair Lord God, I pray thee that thou suffer me not to behold thy holy city, since I cannot deliver it from the hands of thine enemies." The retreat to the coast is a march of shame. The crusade has come within sight of the prize, only to turn away. The invincible Lionheart has blinked, and in the shadows of the hills, Saladin breathes a sigh of relief. He knows he has won the most important battle of the war without drawing a sword. He has let the land itself defeat the invaders. The stalemate has hardened into concrete. The war is no longer about conquest, it is about how to leave with honour. But Richard is not done yet. He has one more miracle left in him, a final display of prowess that will sear his name into the memory of the East forever, not at Jerusalem, but back where it all began, on the beaches of Jaffa. The spring of 1192 brought not flowers, but a deepening of the rot at the heart of the Crusades' leadership, a political poison that threatened to finish what Saladin's armies could not. The retreat from Jerusalem had broken the army's heart, but the assassination of Conrad of Montferrat broke its chain of command. Conrad, the hero of Tyre and the rival to King Guy, had finally manoeuvred his way to the crown. The barons, sick of Guy's incompetence, had elected Conrad king of Jerusalem. He was preparing for his coronation in Tyre, savouring the victory of his ambition, when two men dressed as monks approached him in the street. They handed him a letter, and while he read it, they drew daggers and stabbed him to death. The killers were Hashashin, assassins, sent by the old man of the mountain, though whispers immediately circulated that they had been hired by Richard, or perhaps by Guy. Historians still argue the true culprit, but the result was chaos. The kingdom was headless again. Into this vacuum stepped Henry of Champagne, Richard's nephew, who hurriedly married Conrad's pregnant widow, Isabella, to secure the succession. It was a marriage of frantic necessity, not romance. Meanwhile, to placate the deposed Guy of Lusignan, Richard sold him the island of Cyprus, which he had conquered on his way to the Holy Land. Guy retired there to found a dynasty that would last 3 centuries, a consolation prize of an entire kingdom for the man who had lost Jerusalem. With the politics patched up with duct tape and prayers, Richard prepared to go home. His health was failing, his money was gone, and his brother John was dismantling his kingdom in England. He had done enough. He gathered his fleet at Acre in late July, ready to sail. But Saladin, the old fox, was watching. He saw the ships preparing. He saw the lion turning his back. In a final, daring gamble, Saladin launched a lightning strike not at the retreating army, but at Jaffa, the base Richard was leaving behind. On July 27th, thousands of Muslim soldiers swarmed the walls of Jaffa. The garrison, taken by surprise and leaderless, fought bravely but was overwhelmed. The town fell. The surviving Crusaders retreated into the citadel, trapping themselves with their backs to the sea. They sent desperate messages to Richard, "Save us, or we are dead." Richard received the news just as he was about to board his ship. The reaction was instantaneous. The fatigue, the illness, the politics, all vanished. The lion awoke. He did not wait to gather the army. He ordered the fleet to sail immediately, while the main force marched overland. But the wind was fickle. The ships were delayed. By the time Richard's galley finally cut through the surf off the coast of Jaffa on the morning of August 1st, the situation was critical. The citadel garrison had already surrendered. They were beginning to file out. Saladin's black banners were flying from the towers. The Muslim soldiers were looting the houses. The streets choked with the chaos of victory. Richard's captains looked at the shore, seeing thousands of enemy troops, and advised him to turn back. It was suicide to land. Richard looked at the beach. He saw a priest jump into the water from the citadel wall, swimming toward the king's ship to tell him that a few defenders were still holding out in a tower. That was enough. In a moment that defies all military logic and belongs entirely to the realm of myth, Richard the Lionheart grabbed a crossbow, shouted, "Cursed be he who does not follow me," and jumped into the waist-deep water. He was followed by a handful of knights and Italian sailors. They waded ashore, storming the beach with a fury that stunned the Muslim army. The sight of the King of England, axe in hand, charging out of the surf like a vengeful sea god, caused a panic. The looters in the town, thinking the entire Crusader army had arrived, dropped their plunder and fled. Richard and his tiny band recaptured the town in an hour. They chased Saladin's army out of Jaffa and set up camp outside the walls, daring them to return. But Saladin was not a man to be bluffed forever. That night, his scouts reported the truth. Richard had no army. He had barely 50 knights and a few hundred crossbowmen. The main Crusader force was still miles away. Saladin, furious at having been routed by a swimming party, ordered a night attack. He would crush this little band of heroes in the dark. But Richard's vigilance was as legendary as his courage. He was awake. He rallied his men. And as the sun rose on August 5th, 1192, the Battle of Jaffa began, a battle that was less a military engagement and more a gladiatorial display of one man's prowess. Richard formed his men into a wall of shields. He ordered the spearmen to kneel, the crossbowmen to stand behind them, and the few knights to wait in reserve. He had roughly 2,000 men against Saladin's 7,000 cavalry. The Muslim horsemen charged again and again, but the wall of spears held. The crossbows took a terrible toll. And then Richard counterattacked. With only 10 mounted knights, some riding mules or borrowed horses, he charged into the mass of the enemy. The chroniclers struggled to describe what happened next without sounding like they are writing fantasy. Richard rode through the Muslim army, carving a path with his sword, completely surrounded, yet untouched. He was a whirlwind of steel. At one point, he rode along the entire length of the Muslim line, shouting a challenge, and not a single soldier dared to step forward to fight him. It was in the heat of this battle that the famous exchange of horses occurred, a moment that encapsulates the strange, respectful intimacy between these two enemies. Richard's horse was killed under him. As he fought on foot, a Saracen rider emerged from the chaos, leading 2 magnificent Arabian stallions. He rode up to the king and bowed. "My master, Saladin, sends you these," the messenger said. "He says it is not fitting for a king such as you to fight on the ground." Richard, without missing a beat, accepted the horses, mounted one, and rode back into the fray. It is a story that has been told for 800 years, a beacon of chivalry in a dirty war. Historians argue whether it was Saladin or his brother Al-Adil who sent the horses, or if it was a ploy to capture Richard that went wrong. But the spirit of the gesture rings true to the relationship the two men had built from afar. They were enemies who saw in each other the mirror of their own greatness. By the afternoon, Saladin's army was broken. Not physically, but psychologically, they refused to charge the lion again. They had fought the Franks for years, but this red-haired giant was something else. A jinn, a demon of war who could not be killed. Saladin, watching his troops mutter and turn away, realized that he could not win this battle. He ordered the retreat to Jerusalem. Richard had held Jaffa. He had saved the coast, but as the adrenaline faded, the cost became clear. Richard collapsed. The fever that had plagued him returned with a vengeance. He was delirious, bleeding, and exhausted. The crusade had been saved, but it could not advance. Richard lay in his tent in Jaffa, the hero of the age, unable to stand, knowing that he had beaten the emperor of the East, but that he lacked the strength to take the one city that mattered. The fury had burned itself out. The lion was triumphant, but he was also dying, and Saladin, hearing of his enemy's illness, did not attack. He waited. He knew that the time for swords was over. The time for the scribes had come. The end of the Third Crusade came not with a bang, but with the scratching of a quill on parchment. In September 1192, the air between Jaffa and Jerusalem was heavy, with a mutual, crushing exhaustion. The war had raged for 3 years. The coastline was littered with the wrecks of ships and the bones of horses. In his tent at Jaffa, Richard the Lionheart lay wasted by fever. his once formidable frame shivering under piles of furs, eating the peaches Saladin sent him, and staring at the ceiling with the bitter realization that his time was up. He received letters from England that were terrifying in their clarity. His brother John was stealing his kingdom, and the King of France was eating away at his borders. Every day he stayed in the Holy Land was a day he lost his grip on his own crown. Across the lines, Saladin was in no better shape. His army was on the verge of mutiny. The emirs were tired of the endless campaigning, the lack of loot, and the winter storms. They told the Sultan plainly, if you want to fight the lion again, you fight him alone. The two greatest warriors of the age were like boxers in the 15th round, leaning on each other to stay upright, neither possessing the strength to deliver the knockout blow. And so, the diplomats took over. The negotiations were conducted largely by Saladin's brother, Al-Adil, the man who had struck up such a strange friendship with Richard. He shuttled between the camps, carrying proposals and counter-proposals through the dusty hills. The Treaty of Ramla, sometimes called the Treaty of Jaffa, was finally signed on September 2nd, 1192. It was a masterpiece of pragmatic disappointment. The terms were simple. The Kingdom of Jerusalem would survive, but as a thin coastal strip running from Tyre in the north to Jaffa in the south. The city of Ascalon, the strategic gateway to Egypt that Richard had rebuilt with such labour, would be dismantled again and returned to the sand, a sacrifice to Saladin's security fears. Jerusalem itself would remain in Muslim hands. However, and this was the crucial clause, Christian pilgrims would be allowed free and safe access to the Holy Sepulchre to pray, tax-free and unmolested. The war ended with a handshake. The Christians held the door, the Muslims held the house. The reaction to the treaty was mixed. The Pope was furious. The hardliners in Europe called it a betrayal. But the soldiers on the ground, the men who had been eating hardtack and dodging arrows for years, wept with relief. They could finally go home. In the days following the signing, a strange and beautiful phenomenon occurred. Groups of Crusader knights and soldiers laid down their swords and walked up the road to Jerusalem, not as conquerors, but as tourists. They were welcomed by Saladin's guards. They walked the Via Dolorosa, knelt at the tomb of Christ, and bought souvenirs in the souks. They dined with the men who had been trying to kill them a week earlier. It was a surreal moment of peace, a glimpse of what the Holy Land could be when fanaticism was tempered by exhaustion. Saladin himself received the pilgrims with grace, feeding the poorer ones from his own table. But there was one pilgrim who did not go. Richard refused. When asked why he would not visit the city he had travelled thousands of miles to save, he replied with a heartbreaking stubbornness that he would not enter as a guest a city he could not enter as a king. He could not bear to see the Holy Sepulchre under the flag of Islam. He stayed in Jaffa, nursing his pride and his health, while his men prayed in his stead. Historians still argue whether this was an act of supreme arrogance or supreme shame, whether Richard felt he had failed God, or whether he was simply too proud to bow to Saladin's victory. Regardless, on October 9th, 1192, Richard boarded his ship at Acre. As the coast of the Holy Land faded into the twilight, legend says he stretched out his hand toward the darkening hills and whispered a final vow. O Holy Land, I commend thee to God, and if his grace grants me life, I hope to return and rescue thee. He never would. His journey home would be a nightmare of shipwrecks and imprisonment in a German dungeon, a king held for a king's ransom, proving that his Christian brothers in Europe were far more dangerous to him than the infidel Saladin ever was. Saladin did not linger long in the theatre of his triumph. With Richard gone, the tension that had sustained the Sultan seemed to snap. He returned to Damascus, the city he loved, to rest. He was 55 years old, but the war had aged him by decades. He spent his final winter playing with his children and listening to scholars read the Hadith. In February 1193, he fell ill with a bilious fever. The doctors bled him, but he grew weaker. On March 4th, 1193, the man who had reconquered Jerusalem, united the Islamic world and defeated the combined might of Europe's kings, breathed his last. When his treasury was opened to pay for the funeral, his administrators were shocked to find it empty. There was not even enough gold to buy dust for his grave. He had given it all away to the poor, to his soldiers, to the widows of his enemies. He died, possessing nothing but his reputation. He was buried in a wooden coffin in the garden of the Umayyad Mosque in Damascus. The great duel was over. The Lion and the Eagle had left the stage almost simultaneously, leaving a vacuum that no one else could fill. With the death of Saladin and the departure of Richard, the heroic age of the Crusades came to a definitive close. The giants were gone. What was left was a collection of squabbling heirs and tired merchants. Saladin's empire fragmented almost immediately, his sons and brother fighting over the pieces like wolves over a carcass. The kingdom of Jerusalem, now headquartered in Acre, became a strange maritime merchant republic, more interested in the sugar trade and Italian banking than in holy war. It was a kingdom of warehouses and wharves ruled by a high court of lawyers and barons who spent more time arguing over legal precedents than riding to battle. The fire had gone out of the movement, but in Europe the idea of the crusade had mutated. It was no longer just a pilgrimage, it was an institution. The Pope, Innocent III, a man of boundless ambition and terrifying intellect, ascended the throne of St. Peter in 1198. He looked at the failure of the Third Crusade not as a reason to stop, but as a reason to try harder. He believed the failure was due to a lack of central control. The kings had messed it up with their egos. The next crusade, he decided, would be run by the church. It would be professional, targeted, and pure. He began to preach the Fourth Crusade. He wanted to attack Egypt, the strategy Richard had identified. He wanted to strike at the heart of Ayyubid power, but Innocent III made a fatal error. He underestimated the power of money. To transport an army to Egypt, you needed ships, and the only people with enough ships were the Venetians. The Crusaders sent envoys to the Doge of Venice, Enrico Dandolo. Dandolo was a man who makes Machiavelli look like a choir boy. He was blind, over 90 years old, and possessed a mind as sharp as a diamond. He agreed to build a massive fleet for the Crusaders, a contract of staggering size. But when the Crusader army arrived in Venice in 1202 to pick up their ride, they found they were short on cash. Drastically short. They had ordered a limousine and arrived with bus fare. Dandolo, standing in the pulpit of San Marco, blind eyes staring out over the lagoon, offered them a deal. He would defer the payment. In exchange, the Crusaders would do a small favour for Venice on their way to Egypt. There was a city down the coast, Zara, that had rebelled against Venetian rule. If the army of God would just help bring it back into line, the debt would be paused. The Crusaders were horrified. Zara was a Christian city. To attack it would be a sin. But they were trapped on the Lido. Starving and broke, they agreed. The Fourth Crusade, launched to destroy Islam, began by sacking a Catholic city for the benefit of a bank. It was the first step on a slippery slope that would lead not to Cairo, not to Jerusalem, but to the most bizarre and tragic destination imaginable. The armed pilgrimage was about to become a pirate raid on the greatest Christian city in the world. To understand the catastrophe of the Fourth Crusade, one must first understand the cage in which it was born. The cage was made of sand and water, and it was called the Lido. In the summer of 1202, the great army that had gathered to liberate Jerusalem found itself trapped on this narrow barrier island in the Venetian lagoon, isolated from the city of Venice itself. They were a prisoner of their own ambition. The leaders of the Crusade, including the Count of Flanders and Boniface of Montferrat, had signed a contract with the Republic of Venice that was unparalleled in medieval history. They had ordered transport for 4,500 knights, 9,000 squires, and 20,000 infantry, along with provisions for a year. The bill was 85,000 silver marks, a sum so astronomical it could have bought entire kingdoms. The problem was that only a third of the Crusaders had actually showed up. When they pooled every coin, every ring, and every silver cup they possessed, they were still short by 34,000 marks. They were stranded. The Venetians, who were not running a charity but a commercial empire, refused to let the ships sail or the army leave until the debt was paid. They cut off the supplies. The army of God began to starve on the beach, gazing across the water at the domes of St. Mark's, while the Doge of Venice calculated his next move. Enrico Dandolo was 95 years old and stone blind, yet he saw the geopolitical map of the Mediterranean with more clarity than any man with eyes. He is one of history's most terrifyingly competent figures, a man who combined the piety of a crusader with the ruthlessness of a shark. He did not want the crusade to fail. Venice had invested its entire economy for a year into building the fleet, but he saw an opportunity to turn a bad debt into a strategic asset. He made the Crusaders an offer that made their souls shudder. He would defer the payment. In exchange, the army would help Venice reclaim the city of Zara. The catch? Zara was not a Muslim stronghold. It was a Christian city on the Dalmatian coast, a rival of Venice that was currently under the protection of the King of Hungary, who was himself a crusader. The proposition was monstrous. Attack a fellow Christian city to pay for a ticket to the Holy Land. The clergy and the army screamed that it was a sin. The Pope sent letters forbidding it on pain of excommunication. But the stomach is a loud debater. The army was hungry, broke, and desperate, they agreed. In November 1202, the fleet sailed. The siege of Zara was a short, brutal affair. The citizens of Zara hung banners of the cross from their walls, signalling, "We are Christians, do not shoot." The Crusaders attacked anyway. The city fell and was sacked. Pope Innocent III, hearing the news in Rome, was apoplectic. He fulfilled his threat and excommunicated the entire crusade. Think about the irony. The army sent to reclaim the tomb of Christ was now technically cast out of the body of Christ. They were damned men on a holy mission. The leadership concealed the letter of excommunication from the common soldiers to prevent a mutiny, but the rot had set in. They wintered in Zara, shivering in the ruins they had created, moral lepers waiting for a direction. It was in this dark winter that the devil, or perhaps just fortune, dealt them a card too tempting to refuse. A young man arrived in the camp. He was Alexios Angelos, the son of the deposed Byzantine emperor Isaac II. His father had been blinded and thrown in a dungeon by his own brother, Alexios III, in a classic Byzantine coup. The young prince, Alexios, made the Crusaders a dazzling offer. If they would sail to Constantinople and place him back on his father's throne, he would give them everything they dreamed of. He promised to pay the debt to Venice in full. He promised 200,000 silver marks for the crusade. He promised 10,000 Byzantine soldiers to help conquer Egypt, and most enticingly to the Pope, he promised to place the Greek Orthodox Church under the authority of Rome, ending the Great Schism. It was a lie, of course, or at least a fantasy. Alexios had no idea if he could deliver that kind of money or political submission, but the Crusaders, desperate for cash and justification, chose to believe him. Dandolo, who had old grudges against Byzantium and saw a chance to destroy a trade rival, pushed for it. The order was given. The prow of the crusade turned away from Jerusalem, away from Egypt, and toward the greatest city on earth. On June 23, 1203, the Venetian fleet sailed into the Sea of Marmara. When the Crusaders saw Constantinople, the chronicler Geoffrey of Villehardouin writes that those who had never seen it could not believe that there was such a rich city in all the world. They saw the sea walls stretching for miles, the 500 churches, the golden domes of the Hagia Sophia and the Great Palace, the sheer crushing wealth of the New Rome. It made Paris and London look like mud hamlets. They were terrified. Villehardouin admits that there was no man so bold whose flesh did not tremble. They landed at Galata across the Golden Horn. They broke the heavy chain that protected the harbour using a massive ship called the Aquila, the Eagle, which had a giant pair of shears mounted on its prow. They sailed into the Golden Horn and attacked the sea walls. The sight of the Frankish knights on the walls and the Venetian galleys in the harbour was enough to break the nerve of the usurper Alexios III. He packed a bag of gold and fled into the night, leaving his wife and the city behind. The coup collapsed. The blind old Emperor Isaac II was dragged out of his dungeon, dressed in robes, and put back on the throne with his son, the young Alexios IV, crowned as co-emperor. The Crusaders had done it. They had played kingmaker. They camped outside the city, waiting for their payment. The mission accomplished banners were unfurled, but then the reality of the promise set in. Alexios IV opened the treasury and found it empty. His uncle had stolen everything. He tried to pay the Crusaders by melting down icons and taxing the citizens, but this only enraged the population of Constantinople. The Greeks hated these barbarian Latins camping on their doorstep. Riots broke out. The Crusaders, growing impatient, started raiding the suburbs. A fire started. Historians still argue who set it, that swept through the city, destroying thousands of houses. The mood turned from uneasy alliance to open hatred. The Greeks looked at their young emperor as a puppet of the West. In January 1204, a palace official named Mortsouphlos, a nickname meaning unibrow, referring to his bushy eyebrows, led a revolt. He strangled Alexios IV, declared himself Emperor Alexios V, and slammed the gates of the city shut. He told the Crusaders they would get nothing. The Crusaders were now in a desperate position. They were trapped in hostile territory, unpaid, with no supplies, and winter closing in. They had only two choices: retreat in shame and starve, or take the city. The bishops in the army, twisting theology into a pretzel, declared that the Greeks were worse than Jews, that they were murderers and schismatics, and that taking the city was a righteous act. The war against Islam was forgotten. The war for survival and loot had begun. On April 12, 1204, the final assault was launched. The Venetians had built flying bridges from the masts of their ships to the tops of the sea walls. A strong north wind blew the ships closer to the towers. Two knights, a Frenchman and a Venetian, leaped from a swaying bridge onto a tower. They hacked out a foothold. The Crusaders poured in. The gates were opened. The Emperor Mortsouphlos fled. The city of Constantine, the virgin city that had resisted Persians, Avars, and Arabs for 9 centuries, lay open and defenceless before the soldiers of Christ. What happened next is a wound that has never fully healed in the history of East and West. The sack of Constantinople was not a military occupation, it was a rape. For 3 days, the Crusaders lost all humanity. They did not just loot, they destroyed with a kind of envious fury. They smashed the ancient statues of Greece and Rome that filled the hippodrome, melting down bronze masterpieces for coin. They burst into the Hagia Sophia, the greatest church in Christendom. They drank wine from the sacred chalices. A prostitute was placed on the patriarch's throne to sing bawdy songs while the soldiers stripped the altar of its jewels. They broke open the tombs of the emperors, tearing the rings from the fingers of corpses. Nuns were violated in their convents. The Library of Constantinople, housing the last surviving copies of countless Greek texts, was burned. The total value of the loot was incalculable: gold, silver, silk, relics. The Venetians, possessing a finer taste, stole the 4 bronze horses from the Hippodrome and sent them back to Venice, where they still stand today on St. Mark's Basilica, a permanent trophy of the theft. When the dust settled, the Byzantine Empire was dead, replaced by a Latin Empire of Constantinople that was little more than a feudal colony. Baldwin of Flanders was crowned emperor, but he ruled over a graveyard. The Crusaders had destroyed the shield of Europe. By shattering Byzantium, they had removed the only power capable of stopping the Turkish advance into the west. They had enriched themselves, yes, but they had effectively paved the road for the eventual Ottoman conquest of Europe centuries later. The Fourth Crusade had set out to save Christianity, but it ended up inflicting upon it a more grievous wound than any Saracen army ever could. It was the ultimate betrayal, a moment when the cross became a sword aimed at its own heart. And as the smoke rose from the Golden Horn, the Islamic world watched in disbelief, realizing that their enemies had done their work for them. The crusade was no longer a war of faith. It was a war of cannibals. The morning after the sack of Constantinople, the sun rose over a city that had been hollowed out. The smoke from the fires, 3 distinct infernos that had raged during the siege, hung over the Golden Horn like a funeral shroud. The Latin Crusaders, the men who had set out to liberate the tomb of Christ, were now the masters of the new Rome, but they were masters of a graveyard. The violence of the 3 days of looting had subsided into a grim, bureaucratic sorting of the spoils. In the churches, French knights and Venetian merchants stood over piles of gold chalices, silk vestments, and jewelled icons, haggling over their value like butchers dividing a carcass. The sheer scale of the theft changed the economy of Europe forever. The treasury of San Marco in Venice today is essentially a museum of this heist. The Pala d'Oro, the great golden altarpiece, is studded with Byzantine enamels ripped from the churches of the East. But the true tragedy was not the gold, it was the history. Bronze statues from antiquity, works of art that had survived 1,000 years, were melted down into coins to pay the troops. The great bronze Hercules of Lysippos, a wonder of the ancient world, was turned into buckets of copper change. It was a lobotomy of Western civilization performed by its own children. On May 16, 1204, Baldwin of Flanders was crowned the first Latin emperor in the Hagia Sophia. The ceremony was a surreal pastiche of Byzantine pomp and Frankish feudalism. Baldwin wore the eagle-embroidered robes of the Greek emperors and sat on their throne, but the liturgy was Latin, and the men cheering him were Western knights who looked at the Greek population with contempt. The new empire was doomed from the start. It was a feudal state, grafted onto a bureaucratic body that rejected it. The Venetians, shrewd as ever, took the 3/8 of the empire they had been promised, mostly the islands and the strategic ports, like Crete and Corfu, leaving Baldwin with the difficult task of defending the mainland borders against angry neighbours. And the neighbours were very angry. The Greek nobility had not vanished. They had fled to the edges, setting up successor states in Nicaea, Trebizond, and Epirus, waiting for the moment to strike back. The fate of Emperor Baldwin serves as a grim metaphor for the entire enterprise. Less than a year after his coronation, he marched out to fight the Bulgarians, a rising power in the Balkans led by Tsar Kaloyan, a man known charmingly as the Roman Slayer. At the Battle of Adrianople in 1205, the heavy Frankish cavalry, arrogant and unaccustomed to the terrain, was lured into a trap and annihilated. Baldwin was captured. He was never seen again. Rumours swirled that he was kept in a tower or thrown into a ravine, or, in a particularly macabre legend, that his skull was turned into a drinking cup for the Tsar. The Latin Empire had lost its head instantly. It would limp on for another 57 years, a poverty-stricken beggar state where later emperors were so broke they stripped the lead from the roofs of their own palaces to sell for cash and pawned the crown of thorns to a Venetian merchant. It was a phantom empire, existing only because the Greeks were too busy fighting each other to reclaim the capital. Back in Rome, Pope Innocent III wrestled with a complicated grief. Initially horrified by the sack, calling it a work of the devil, his mood shifted when he saw the practical results. The Great Schism was technically over. The East was under Rome. The relics pouring into Europe, fragments of the true cross, heads of apostles, vials of holy blood, were sparking a revival of piety. In the West, it was a deal with the devil that paid dividends. But Innocent also realized that the crusading ideal had been corrupted. The weapon he had forged to destroy Islam had turned in his hand. He needed to purify it, and so the focus of holy war began to turn inward. If Crusaders could attack Christians in Zara and Constantinople, why not attack heretics at home? This logic gave birth to the Albigensian Crusade in southern France, a brutal campaign against the Cathars that saw knights burning pyres of fellow countrymen in the name of orthodoxy. The definition of crusade was widening, becoming a tool for political and doctrinal policing rather than just a war for Jerusalem. This internal rot, this sense that the adult world had failed, created a strange psychological pressure in Europe. The official crusades had become businesses run by kings and merchants, resulting in taxes and excommunications. The common people, the poor and the pious, began to feel that God was rejecting their efforts because the instruments were impure. The knights were too greedy, the kings were too proud. What was needed was innocence, pure, unblemished faith. This dangerous idea that weakness is a form of strength and that God listens only to the pure began to ferment in the villages of France and Germany. It was a spiritual fever that would break in 1212, not with an army of soldiers, but with a movement that defies all rational explanation, a tragic mystical migration that would walk straight off the edge of the map and into the sea. The Children's Crusade is often dismissed as a legend or a myth, but the chronicles are clear. Something happened in the summer of 1212. It began with a shepherd boy named Stephen of Cloyes in France. He claimed that Jesus had appeared to him in the guise of a poor pilgrim and given him a letter for the King of France. Stephen preached that the Holy Land would not be won by swords but by the singing of innocence. He said the Mediterranean Sea would part for them like the Red Sea for Moses, and they would walk dry-shod to Jerusalem to convert the Sultan with love. It was a message that electrified a peasantry exhausted by feudal wars. Thousands of children, teenagers, and young adults, the term pueri in the chronicles can mean children or simply landless poor, left their ploughs and their families to follow him. They marched with no food, no money, and no maps, guided only by a terrifying certainty. At the same time, in Germany, a boy named Nicholas of Cologne began to preach the same message. He gathered a following of perhaps 20,000 people, crossing the Alps into Italy. The spectacle of these armies, barefoot, carrying wooden crosses and candles, singing hymns, was both inspiring and heartbreaking. The townspeople along the way fed them, awed by their devotion, or locked their doors, fearing their fanaticism. When the German contingent finally reached the sea at Genoa, they stood on the beach and waited for the miracle. They waited for the waters to part. They prayed. They sang. But the waves continued to crash against the shore, indifferent to their faith. the miracle did not come. The children's crusade was crashing into the hard wall of reality, and the wolves were waiting to pick up the pieces. The tragedy of the children's crusade is that it did not end with a bang, but with a whimper of betrayed hope and the click of slave shackles. In Genoa, when the sea refused to part for the German children led by Nicholas, the movement shattered. The Genoese authorities, perhaps out of pity, or perhaps fearing a plague, offered citizenship to those who wanted to stay, but many tried to walk back home. Imagine the scene. Thousands of starving, disillusioned children trekking back over the Alps in late autumn. The frozen passes were littered with the bodies of those whose faith had been their only coat. Nicholas himself vanishes from history, likely dying on the return journey, leaving his father back in Cologne to be hanged by angry parents who blamed him for the loss of their sons. But the fate of the French contingent, led by Stephen of Cloyes, was darker. They reached Marseille, where the sea also failed to open. But here the devil appeared in the form of two merchants, ominously named Hugh the Iron and William the Pig. They offered to transport the children to the Holy Land for free, for the glory of God. 7 ships sailed, 2 wrecked off Sardinia, drowning everyone aboard. The other 5 arrived not in Palestine, but in the slave markets of North Africa and Egypt. The innocents were sold to Muslim buyers, their crusade ending in the harems and labour camps of the very people they had set out to convert. It was a horror story that chilled the blood of Europe, a sign that the age of miracles had truly passed. Yet Pope Innocent III, the iron-willed pontiff, did not see this as a reason to stop. He used the tragedy as a goad. "These children shame us," he declared. "While they rush to the Holy Land, we sleep." He was determined to launch one final, perfect crusade before he died. This would be the 5th Crusade. It would be different. It would be under the strict control of the Church. No more Venetian debts, no more diverting to Christian cities. The target was firmly set: Egypt. The strategy was sound: capture the port of Damietta, trade it for Jerusalem, or use it as a base to conquer Cairo. The army that gathered in 1217 was a professional, multinational force, joined by the King of Jerusalem, John of Brienne, a capable, grizzled veteran who was actually a French nobleman, holding the title through marriage. They landed at Damietta in the Nile Delta and began the siege, but the Church made a fatal error. They sent a babysitter. Cardinal Pelagius of Albano arrived as the papal legate, convinced that as a man of God, he outranked the military commanders. Pelagius was arrogant, stubborn, and militarily incompetent, a dangerous cocktail. The siege of Damietta was brutal. It lasted 18 months. The Crusaders built a tower of victory on their ships to storm the chained tower in the river. Inside the city, the starvation was apocalyptic. When the Crusaders finally breached the walls in November 1209, they found a city of the dead. Of the 80,000 inhabitants, only 3,000 were left alive, wandering like skeletons among the corpses. The air was so foul with rot that the conquerors fell ill immediately. It was during this siege, in the midst of the stench and the slaughter, that a moment of startling grace occurred. A barefoot man in a rough brown robe walked across the no-man's land between the armies. The Crusader guards tried to stop him, but he insisted on seeing the Sultan. It was Francis of Assisi. He had come not to fight, but to preach. He was taken to the Sultan Al-Kamil, Saladin's nephew. Al-Kamil was a cultured, humane man who was intrigued by this dirty, fearless monk. He invited Francis into his tent. They spoke for days. Francis tried to convert the Sultan. The Sultan tried to offer Francis gold, which he refused. They parted with mutual respect, a fleeting glimpse of a world where faith could be a bridge rather than a sword. Al-Kamil, moved by the encounter, or perhaps just exhausted by the war, made the Crusaders an incredible offer. He would give them Jerusalem. He would give them the true cross. He would return the kingdom to its pre-Hattin borders. All they had to do was leave Egypt. King John of Brienne urged the council to accept. It was victory. It was everything they had fought for, but Cardinal Pelagius refused. He declared that one does not make deals with infidels. He wanted total conquest. He wanted Cairo. He overruled the king. The offer was rejected. In July 1291, Pelagius ordered the army to march south toward Cairo. It was the height of stupidity. It was summer. The Nile was rising. The Crusaders marched into the triangle of land between the river branches, ignorant of the hydrography of the delta. Al-Kamil simply waited. When the Crusaders were deep in the trap, he breached the dikes. The river rushed in. The Crusader camp turned into a lake. The army was waist-deep in mud and water, their supplies floating away, surrounded by Muslim ships. It was a humiliation of biblical proportions. Pelagius, the man who had refused Jerusalem, was now forced to surrender just to save his own skin. The Fifth Crusade ended not in blood, but in mud. They gave back Damietta and went home with nothing. Europe was exhausted. The kings were tired of the Pope's wars. The people were tired of paying taxes for disasters. But there was one man who had not yet gone, a man who had promised to go for years, but kept finding excuses. He was Frederick II, the Holy Roman Emperor, the grandson of Barbarossa. Frederick was unlike any other monarch in history. He had grown up in Sicily, a kingdom where Norman, Arab, and Greek cultures mixed. He spoke Arabic fluently. He kept a harem. He had Muslim bodyguards. The Pope called him the baptized Sultan, and eventually the Antichrist. Frederick was a man of science and reason in an age of faith. He was interested in falconry, astronomy, and geometry, not in piling up dead bodies. When he finally sailed for the Holy Land in 1228 for the Sixth Crusade, he did so as an excommunicate. The Pope had banned him from the church for taking too long to leave. So, the Sixth Crusade was led by a man who was technically kicked out of Christianity. And Frederick had no intention of fighting. He knew the Sultan Al-Kamil well. They had been writing letters to each other for years, discussing philosophy and science. When Frederick arrived in Acre, he didn't unpack siege engines, he unpacked his diplomats. He and Al-Kamil engaged in a peculiar game of geopolitical chess. Al-Kamil was facing a rebellion in Syria and didn't want a war with the emperor. Frederick needed a victory to get the Pope off his back. They cut a deal. In February 1229, without a single battle being fought, they signed the Treaty of Jaffa. Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Nazareth were handed over to Frederick. The Muslims kept the Temple Mount, the Haram al-Sharif, and Muslims were allowed to pray there. It was the first time Jerusalem was shared. It was a diplomatic masterstroke. Frederick had achieved with a pen what Richard the Lionheart could not achieve with a sword. He marched into Jerusalem and crowned himself king, since no priest would do it. But the reaction was bizarre. Instead of cheering, the Christian world was furious. The Patriarch of Jerusalem put the city under interdict, meaning no masses could be said, because the Antichrist was there. The local barons hated Frederick for his arrogance. The Muslims were angry at Al-Kamil for giving away the holy city to a man with a harem. As Frederick walked through the Dome of the Rock, admiring the architecture and chatting in Arabic with the guards, he was pelted with garbage by the local Christians. He left the Holy Land soon after, pelted with offal by the butchers of Acre as he boarded his ship. He had won the war, but he had broken the rules of the game. He proved that coexistence was possible, and for that, neither side could forgive him. Jerusalem remained in Christian hands for another 15 years, a strange, undefended island of peace until the geopolitical tectonic plates shifted again. The Mongols were coming from the east, pushing tribes before them like waves before a storm. In 1244, a group of displaced Khwarezmian Turks, fleeing the Mongol advance, swept down on Jerusalem. They did not negotiate. They sacked the city, burned the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and massacred the Christian population. Jerusalem was lost again, and this time it would not be recovered. The era of the diplomatic crusade was over. The endgame had arrived, and it would be played out by a saint who walked into the fire hoping to be a martyr. The departure of Frederick II, the wonder of the world, left the Latin East in a state of schizophrenia. He had secured Jerusalem by treaty, but he had left behind a civil war. For the next decade, the streets of Acre and Tyre saw Christians killing Christians in the War of the Lombards, a vicious struggle between the emperor's imperial deputies and the local barons of the Ibelin family, who refused to be ruled by a distant German monarch. While the Franks were busy stabbing each other in the back in the alleyways of Acre, the geopolitical tectonic plates of Asia were shifting with terrifying force. The Mongols were moving west. They were not just an army, they were a force of nature, pushing entire nations before them, like debris before a tsunami. One of these displaced nations, the Khwarezmian Turks, wild, desperate warriors fleeing the Mongol Khans, swept down into the Levant in 1244. They did not care for treaties or diplomacy. They rode straight for Jerusalem, which Frederick had left unfortified. They sacked the holy city with a ferocity that eclipsed 1099, burning the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and butchering the priests at the altars. Jerusalem was lost to the Christians, and this time there would be no negotiation, no treaty, and no return. It would remain in Muslim hands for nearly 7 centuries. The loss of the city triggered one final, desperate spasm of unity. The Crusader barons patched up their quarrels and joined forces with the Ayyubid emirs of Damascus, who were equally terrified of the Khwarezmians and their Egyptian allies. It was a strange twilight alliance, Templars and Hospitallers riding side by side, with Muslim cavalry against a common foe. On October 17th, 1244, they met the Egyptian Khwarezmian army at Laforbi, near Gaza. It was the largest battle since Hattin, and it was a catastrophe of equal magnitude. The Christian-Muslim coalition was annihilated. The Grand Masters of the Templars and Hospitallers were killed or captured. Over 5,000 knights and soldiers died in the sand. The military power of the Latin kingdom was broken forever. They were no longer a state. They were a collection of coastal refugees waiting for the end. But Europe had one last card to play. One final champion who believed, against all evidence, that God still willed it. He was King Louis XIX of France, a man whom history remembers as Saint Louis. If Frederick II was the cynical realist, Louis was the pure idealist. He was a man of terrifying piety who wore a hair shirt under his royal velvet, washed the feet of lepers, and punished blasphemy with branding. When he fell deathly ill in 1244, he vowed that if he survived, he would take the cross. He recovered, and he kept his word. He spent 4 years preparing, taxing France to the bone, building a massive fleet, and constructing a new port at Aigues-Mortes. He did not rush, he organized. When he sailed in 1248, he led the best equipped, best financed, and most disciplined army ever to leave Europe. He was determined to succeed where Richard and Frederick had failed. His target, once again, was Egypt. The Seventh Crusade began with a miracle. The French fleet arrived at Damietta in 1249, and the garrison, remembering the horrors of the Fifth Crusade, simply fled. Louis walked into the city without drawing his sword. It seemed a sign from heaven, but then the old curse of the Nile Delta returned. The army hesitated. They waited for the river floods to recede. They debated strategy. It wasn't until November that they began the slow march south toward Cairo, walking into the same trap that had ensnared their predecessors. At the town of Mansoura, the victorious, they were stopped by the defensive line of the Egyptian army. For months, they stared at each other across the Ashmantana Canal, engaging in a duel of catapults and Greek fire. Then a trader showed the Crusaders a ford in the river. Louis's brother, Robert of Artois, led the vanguard across. He was ordered to wait for the main army. But Robert was young, arrogant, and drunk on the dream of glory. He saw the Egyptian camp unprepared. He ignored the king's orders and the warnings of the Templars. He charged. The surprise was total. The Egyptian commander was killed in his bath. Robert, flushed with success, decided to keep going. He rode straight into the narrow winding streets of Mansoura, aiming for the Sultan's palace. It was a fatal mistake. The Mamluks, the elite slave soldiers of the Sultan, regrouped. They blocked the streets with carts and logs. From the rooftops they rained masonry and arrows down on the trapped French knights. It was a slaughter. Robert of Artois was hacked to pieces. The vanguard was wiped out. When Louis IX crossed the river with the main army, he found not a victory, but a disaster. He fought bravely, his gold helmet gleaming in the sun, holding the line against the counter-attacking Mamluks, but the momentum was gone. The crusade stalled. Then the plague arrived. Dysentery swept through the French camp. Louis himself fell ill, so weak he had to cut a hole in the back of his breeches because he could not stop the dysentery. The retreat to Damietta was a march of the dead. The Egyptian ships cut off their supplies. On April 6, 1250, the unthinkable happened. The King of France, the most powerful monarch in Christendom, was captured. He was found in a peasant's hut, barely alive, guarded by a few loyal knights who were fighting off the enemy with tears in their eyes. Louis was taken in chains to Mansoura, where he was held for a king's ransom, literally. The price was 400,000 livres tournois, a sum that amounted to the entire annual revenue of France, plus the return of Damietta. Louis, showing his incredible dignity, did not haggle. He paid the money and handed over the city. He was released, a broken man who felt that God had humiliated him to test his faith. He stayed in the Holy Land for another 4 years, rebuilding the fortifications of Acre and Caesarea, acting more like a masonry contractor than a king, trying to salvage something from the wreckage. But while Louis was building walls, a new power was rising in Egypt. The Mamluks, the slave soldiers who had defeated him at Mansoura, had realized their own strength. They looked at their Ayyubid masters, the decadent descendants of Saladin, and decided they had had enough of taking orders. In a bloody coup, they murdered the last Ayyubid Sultan, Turan Shah, hacking him to death by the riverbank as he begged for mercy. The era of the sultans born of blood was ending. The era of the sultans born of iron had begun. The Mamluks were now the masters of Egypt, and among them rose a man with one eye, a giant of a warrior named Baibars, who looked at the Crusader states not as a problem to be managed, but as a stain to be erased. The wind that blows from the steppes of Central Asia is cold, carrying the scent of dry grass and old iron, but the storm that rose in Egypt in the mid-13th century was born of fire. To understand the final death of the Crusader dream, we must look into the eyes of the men who killed it. They were called Mamluks, a word that simply means owned or property. For decades, the sultans of Cairo had purchased young boys, mostly Kipchak Turks from the Russian steppes, enslaved them, converted them to Islam, and trained them in a brutal monastic discipline of war. They were cut off from their families, their countries, and their pasts. Their only loyalty was to their master and to each other. They were the perfect soldiers, machines of flesh and steel, unburdened by the feudal squabbles that plagued the Franks. But history teaches a lesson that slave owners rarely learn until it is too late. If you forge a weapon that is sharper than you are, eventually you will cut yourself. In 1250, the property decided to become the proprietors. The Mamluks overthrew the Ayyubid dynasty, murdering the last of Saladin's line, and established a sultanate where the crown went not to the man with the best blood, but to the man with the sharpest sword. From this brotherhood of wolves emerged a figure who would become the ultimate nightmare of the Latin East. His name was Baibars. He was a giant of a man, physically imposing, with a defect in one eye, a white cataract that gave him a terrifying, unblinking stare. He had been bought for a handful of silver coins in a slave market in Syria, allegedly returned by a previous owner because his behaviour was too volatile. But in the chaos of the Mamluk revolution, volatility was a virtue. Baibars was a force of nature, restless, sleepless, and possessed of a strategic genius that bordered on the clairvoyant. He was the panther, a predator who hunted not for sport, but for extermination. Unlike Saladin, who saw himself as a chivalrous peer to the Frankish kings, Baibars saw the Crusaders as a viral infection. You do not negotiate with the disease, you burn it out. But before Baibars could turn his full fury on the Franks, he had to save the world. In 1260, the Mongols, the invincible horde that had burned Baghdad and piled the skulls of its scholars into pyramids, rode into Syria. The entire Islamic civilization faced annihilation. The Crusaders in Acre, in a moment of suicidal neutrality, allowed the Mamluk army to pass through their territory to meet the Mongol threat. It was a decision that saved the Middle East, but doomed the Crusader states. On September 3rd, 1260, at the Battle of Ain Jalut, the spring of Goliath, the Mamluks met the Mongol army. It was one of the most decisive battles in human history. Baibars, commanding the vanguard, lured the Mongols into a trap in the valley. The invincible horde was broken. The Mamluks had done what no army from China to Poland had managed. They had stopped the Mongol advance. Baibars returned to Egypt a hero, and on the way back he promptly assassinated his own sultan, Qutuz, during a hunting trip, stabbing him in the heart to seize the throne. It was a brutal act that clarified his philosophy. Power belongs to those who dare to take it. Now, as the Sultan of Egypt and Syria, Baibars turned his evil eye toward the coast. The Crusader states were weak, relying on their massive castles and the hope of help from Europe that never came. Baibars began to dismantle them, not with the erratic campaigns of the past, but with a systematic industrial efficiency. He moved with such speed that the Franks often didn't know he was coming until his banners were under their walls. He played tennis in Cairo one week and was besieging a castle in Galilee the next. In 1265 he took Caesarea and Arsuf. Unlike Saladin, who often released garrisons, Baibars enslaved them or executed them. He practiced a scorched earth policy on the coast. He realized that the Crusaders' strength came from the sea, from the fleets that brought fresh knights from Europe. So when he captured a port city, he didn't occupy it, he destroyed it. He tore down the walls, filled in the harbours, and smashed the piers. He literally reshaped the geography of the Holy Land to make it inhospitable to the west. He was closing the door and welding it shut. The most terrifying example of his wrath fell upon the great city of Antioch. Antioch was the oldest Crusader state, a city that had held out since the First Crusade, a metropolis of silk and trade. In 1268, Baibars appeared before its walls. The Prince of Antioch, Bohemond VI, was away in Tripoli, leaving the city lightly defended. The siege lasted only 4 days. The Mamluks stormed the walls with a ferocity that stunned the defenders. What followed was a massacre that made the sack of 1098 look like a skirmish. The entire Christian population was killed or enslaved. The chroniclers say that the price of a slave dropped so low in the markets of Cairo that a young boy could be bought for the price of a pair of boots. But the true measure of Baibar's cruelty and his dark wit is found in the letter he wrote to the absent Prince Bohemond after the city fell. It is a masterpiece of psychological warfare. He described the horror in vivid, mocking detail. "Had you been there," Baibars wrote, "you would have seen your knights trampled under the hooves of horses, your palaces plundered, your women sold 4 at a time. You would have seen the fire running through your halls. Had you been there, you would have wished you were dust." He ended the letter by telling Bohemond that he should be grateful he was away, for, had you been there, I would have sent you a letter telling you that you were dead. It was a taunt from a man who knew he was untouchable. Antioch, the city of Peter and Paul, the second Rome of the East, was left a smoking ruin, so thoroughly destroyed that it never regained its importance. The fall of Antioch sent a wave of despair through the remaining Latin outposts. The Franks realized they were facing a new kind of enemy, one who did not play by the rules of chivalry. The great military orders, the Templars and the Hospitallers, retreated into their massive castles, hoping that stone would save them. But Baibars was a master of siegecraft. In 1271, he arrived at the Crac des Chevaliers, the greatest castle in the world, the headquarters of the Hospitallers. It was considered impregnable, a mountain of concentric stone floating in the sky. Baibars couldn't take it by force, so he took it by fraud. He forged a letter from the Hospitaller Grand Master in Tripoli, ordering the garrison to surrender. The defenders, exhausted and hopeless, believed the forgery and opened the gates. Baibars allowed them to leave, but the symbol of Latin invincibility was now a Mamluk fortress. By the time Baibars died in 1277, allegedly after drinking a cup of poisoned kumis, fermented mare's milk, that he had intended for a rival, a fittingly Shakespearean end for a master of plots, the Latin kingdom was a corpse. He had broken its back. He had united Egypt and Syria into a military superpower. He had driven the Mongols back across the Euphrates and the Franks into the sea. He left behind a machine of state that would run without him. His successors, Khalawun and Al-Ashraf Khalil, simply had to finish the paperwork. The Crusader states were reduced to a few dots on the map: Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, and the capital, Acre. Life in these cities took on a frantic, doomed quality. They were like passengers on the Titanic dancing while the water rose. The rich merchants of Acre built lavish palaces, the Templars counted their gold, and the Italian sailors fought street battles over dock rights, all while the Mamluk armies gathered on the horizon. There was a sense of hysteria, a denial of the inevitable. They sent letters to Europe, to the Pope, to the King of France, to anyone, begging for a new crusade. But Europe was tired. The enthusiasm of 1095 was a distant memory. The kings of the West were busy building their own nations, fighting their own wars. They sent prayers, they sent a few ships, but they did not send armies. The Latin East was alone. The 13th century had begun with the Crusaders sacking Constantinople. It was ending with them huddled behind the walls of Acre, watching the Mamluk torches flicker in the dark. The Outremer, the land beyond the sea, had shrunk to a few square miles of stone and fear. The dream of a Christian kingdom in the Holy Land, born in the fiery sermons of Urban II, was about to be extinguished, not by a lack of faith, but by the cold, hard reality of Mamluk steel. The storm that Baibars had summoned did not die with him. It was gathering strength for one final crushing wave, and in the spring of 1291, that wave would finally crash against the last seawall of the Crusades. The spring of 1291 did not arrive in Acre with the scent of orange blossoms, but with the thunder of drums that vibrated in the teeth of every man, woman, and child huddled behind the city walls. The Mamluk Sultan Al-Ashraf Khalil, the son of Khalawun, had come to finish the job. He did not bring an army, he brought a migration of death. The chroniclers speak of a host numbering 160,000 infantry and 60,000 cavalry, figures that are likely exaggerated by fear, but still convey the sheer, suffocating scale of the threat. The plain outside the city, once a place of gardens and orchards, was transformed into a city of tents that stretched as far as the eye could see, a white ocean of canvas rippling in the wind. But it was not the number of men that turned the blood of the defenders to ice. It was the machines. Khalil had brought with him a train of siege engines, unlike anything the world had ever seen, dismantled and carried on the backs of 1,000 camels and ox carts. The largest of these, a colossal trebuchet named the Furious One, Al-Mansuri, required 100 wagons just to transport its stones. When it was assembled, it loomed over the walls like a wooden god, casting a long shadow over the doomed city. Inside Acre, the atmosphere was a manic blend of hedonism and prayer. For years, Acre had been the Babylon of the East, a city of immense wealth, vice, and factionalism, where Italian merchants fought street wars and knights lived in palaces of marble. Now, faced with extinction, the factions finally fell silent. The Templars and Hospitallers, the Teutonic Knights, and the few remaining royal troops manned the ramparts side by side. There were perhaps 14,000 soldiers to defend 40,000 civilians. They knew, with the grim certainty of veterans, that no relief fleet was coming from Europe. The kings of the West were busy. The Pope was distracted. They were the last embers of the fire that Urban Boursier had lit 2 centuries ago, and the dark was closing in. The bombardment began on April 6th. It was a geological event. The massive stones from the Mamluk trebuchets smashed into the walls with the force of meteorites, shattering masonry that had stood for 100 years. Day and night, the pounding continued, a relentless rhythm of destruction that made sleep impossible. Historians still marvel at the logistical capacity of the Mamluks to maintain such a rate of fire, hauling mountains of ammunition from miles away. The Crusaders fought back with a desperation that bordered on madness. They launched commando raids at night, trying to burn the great machines, but the Mamluk guards were too numerous. The Grand Master of the Templars, Guillaume de Beaujeu, a man of immense courage and arguably the only competent leader left, led the defence, running from breach to breach, patching the crumbling stone with timber and bodies. But the sheer weight of the enemy was irresistible. The Mamluk sappers, the best in the world, tunnelled under the towers. One by one, the great strong points, the King's Tower, the Curse Tower, began to lean and crack. The teeth of Acre were being knocked out. On Friday, May 18th, 1291, just as the dawn prayer was rising from the Mamluk camp, the final assault began. The sound was deafening. Thousands of cymbals and drums beating in unison, followed by the roar of tens of thousands of soldiers rushing the walls. The Mamluks poured into the breaches like a flood. Guillaume de Beaujeu, fighting at the St. Anthony Gate, was struck by a javelin that pierced his armpit, the only gap in his armour. As he was carried away, his knights cried out, "Lord, do not leave us!" He replied, with a final, tragic honesty, "I am not leaving you. I am dead." His death broke the heart of the defence. The line collapsed. The Mamluks were inside. What followed was a scene of apocalyptic chaos. The civilian population panicked and fled toward the harbour. The streets became a crush of screaming humanity, rich merchants carrying bags of gold, mothers clutching babies, nuns singing hymns. They poured onto the docks, fighting to get onto the few remaining rowboats to reach the ships anchored in the bay. The captains of the Venetian and Genoese ships, in a final display of the greed that had plagued the Crusades, reportedly charged exorbitant fees to take refugees aboard. Overloaded boats capsized, drowning hundreds in the harbour waters. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, trying to save his flock, allowed so many people onto his launch that it sank, taking him down with them. But amidst the slaughter, there was a final, defiant stand. The surviving Templars and civilians retreated to their fortress at the southern tip of the promontory. The Templar castle of Acre was the strongest building in the Holy Land, a massive complex jutting out into the sea. Here, under the command of their new marshal, Peter de Severy, they held out for 10 more days. It was the Alamo of the Crusades. The Mamluks could not break in. The Sultan offered terms, surrender, and the knights and refugees could leave safely. Peter de Severy agreed, the gates were opened, and a Mamluk detachment entered to oversee the evacuation. But the Mamluk soldiers, seeing the women and the wealth inside, broke discipline and began to molest the refugees. The Templars, enraged, slammed the gates shut and slaughtered the Mamluk detachment to a man. They raised the Beauseant, the black and white banner of the order, and prepared to die. They knew there would be no more negotiations. Sultan Khalil, furious, ordered the sappers to undermine the entire fortress. He didn't want to capture it anymore. He wanted to erase it. For days, the miners dug under the foundations of the great tower while the knights inside prayed and waited. On May 28th, the timber props in the tunnels were set on fire. The ground groaned. The great tower, packed with the last defenders of the Latin kingdom, split apart and collapsed into the sea and the street, burying both the Templars and hundreds of Mamluk attackers in a tomb of stone. The dust settled over the rubble. The silence returned. It was over. After 196 years, from the Council of Clermont to the fall of the Templar Tower, the Crusader presence in the Holy Land was extinguished. The remaining coastal cities, Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, surrendered or were abandoned without a fight in the weeks that followed. The Mamluks systematically destroyed them, tearing down the walls and filling the wells, ensuring that the Franks could never return. The Outremer was gone, wiped from the map as if it had never been. The news travelled slowly to Europe, but when it arrived, it was met not with a call to arms, but with a resigned sigh. The world had moved on. The kings of Europe were building nation-states. The popes were fighting political wars in Italy. The fervour that had driven men to walk 3,000 miles to die in the desert had burned itself out. The Crusades passed from reality into legend, becoming stories of King Arthur-like romance rather than brutal colonial wars. In the East, the victory was absolute. The Mamluks had saved Islam from both the Mongols and the Franks. But the cost was high. The region had been militarized, the coastline desolated, and the tolerant coexistence of the early centuries replaced by a harder, sharper divide between East and West. Yet, if you stand on the seawall of Acre today, looking out at the grey Mediterranean where the Templar Tower once stood, you can almost hear the echo of the past. It is a story of immense human folly and immense human courage, a tapestry woven with threads of gold and blood. It is the story of how ideas, faith, honour, redemption can drive people to do the impossible and the unforgivable. The Crusades were a tragedy, yes, but they were a tragedy on a scale so vast that it touches the sublime. They reminded the world that history is not a straight line of progress, but a cycle of rising and falling, of building and destroying, driven by the restless, yearning, dangerous human heart. The knights are gone, the sultans are dust, and the walls are ruins, but the story remains, whispering in the surf, a warning and a wonder for all who listen. And now, let the heavy curtain of history fall gently back into place. The shouting of the captains, the ringing of the bells, and the clash of steel have all faded into the quiet hum of the night. The fires of the siege engines are extinguished, leaving only the cool, silver light of the moon reflecting on the water. The armies have marched away. their footprints smoothed over by the wind and the sand, leaving the land to rest. Take a deep breath and let the tension of the centuries leave your shoulders. You have walked a long road, from the cold fields of France to the burning sands of Egypt, through triumph and disaster. But that is all over now. It is just a story, a collection of memories floating in the dark, harmless as smoke. The figures we met, Richard with his lion's heart, Saladin with his wise eyes, Baldwin with his iron mask, are at peace, sleeping in the quiet earth. They do not need you to fight their battles anymore. Feel the darkness of the room wrapping around you like a soft, heavy blanket. The world outside is still. The past is a distant shore, and you are drifting away from it, carried on a calm, slow tide into the harbour of sleep. There is no more noise, no more struggle, just the gentle rhythm of your own breathing, slow and steady, like the waves lapping against the stones of a quiet, forgotten port. Let go of the dates, the names, the maps. Let them dissolve. You are safe here, in the present, in the quiet, in the dark. The story is done. The book is closed. The night belongs to you. Sweet dreams.